I'm gonna get a...
Would you recommend?
Today we're going
Big discussion.
It's been a while since
Hey guys, Paul here. So today
Sorry, everybody. I'm just setting up the reacts. If you hear any background sound, getting ready for the stream, you know. Happy RB. Hello, duelists. Welcome back to the stream and to the channel. I appreciate all of you who were here yesterday when I had to leave very abruptly. I am 95% sure that it won't happen again. I can't believe we had 2 effing streams where I just had to get up and leave. That never happens, but obviously when I get a call that says I need to do something and it's like not negotiable, I have to do it, then I have to do it. Everything's okay. It was just work stuff that unfortunately was very like urgent that I had to kind of see to, but I'm happy that's all resolved and I am here now. So we have a lot to catch up on, as I really haven't been able to stream that much over the last week given all the work stuff. And that means some React content. I have 3 videos lined up that should be fun to watch, all about discussions within Yu-Gi-Oh! One of them is Josh's reaction to my video, which should be fun. I'm curious what he has to say. Bearlord, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Want a refund? Not happening. Press Alt F4 and go back to half screen. Yes, last night I fixed my OBS, I think. Wait, no. Okay, I almost fixed it. I still couldn't fix the what's it called? The alerts. So like the FU Drama Green that just showed up and the sub sound, I can't hear them. Apparently you guys can, but I just cannot. So that's something I still need to fix, where something's getting messed up with the routing in my headset. I have no idea why, but I'm still needing to fix that. Probably for the best. No, but I want to hear it. I can't hear the Tangy. I can't hear anything. So yeah, I'm a little little annoyed with, I don't know why that doesn't work, but at least I got all the scenes fixed, which is important, because like I also have the Case of Supreme Darkness coming in tomorrow, which will open on stream as always. That should be fun. If you can't hear it, then remove the cooldown. The cooldown. Well, I don't want to bleed viewers either, so no, I'm not going to remove the cooldown. That's not happening. But it means like you guys have to message in chat sometimes. If you guys say turn on Christmas and I don't see it, I can't hear it. So if I miss the thing pop up on screen for the 1 second it's there, then you have to message in chat, because I just cannot see it, or I cannot hear it, which is normally my cue to switch playlist. I'm working on fixing that, but yeah, the scenes are all fixed. Yesterday, if you were at the start of the screen or start of the stream, it was all fucked. My OBS was all fucked. It was very frustrating. But yeah, so new cards were announced over the weekend. New Ryuge cards, new Malice cards. That might be it. Oh no, the Shining Sarcophagus cards. There was a Dominus card. I haven't looked at any of those yet. Oh, that's a lie. I looked at the Dark Magician one because I got messaged a bit. But I haven't read any of the others. We'll look at those. As well as there's one other big announcement, I think, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Last night or today. I'm not sure when. But then lastly, then we'll switch over to Master Duel. We'll finish the theme Chronicles off, because obviously we have all that to still do, and I really want to get that fucking done. It feels like it's been dragging on forever, and I'm still not done the event. And then we'll do some React content. Tomorrow we'll have Deathless Nightmares as well as the case opening of Suda. So to make sure we get everything done, we may go a bit long today. We'll kind of go however long we need to get through all the 3 React contents and finish the event. Although, obviously, I hope that's not forever. And yeah, it should be fun. But I guess with that said, let's switch over into some new cards. Okay. So, Malice card, Ryuge, Shining Sarcophagus, and Psalm of the Kings. Okay. We're going to start off with this, Psalms of the Kings. Normal trap card that says if you have no monsters in your graveyard, you can activate this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field to negate that effect, then if you have a trap in your grave, you can add 1 Dominus card from your deck to your hand. If you activate this card from your hand, you cannot activate monster effects in the hand, graveyard, or banishment until the end of the next turn. I mean, yeah, this card is very good, because it's more hand traps, obviously. It will kind of have to be the last hand trap you use. or you use it in a deck that just doesn't have any hand graveyard or banishment effects. So it's important is it doesn't shut off all monster effects. It just shuts off the grave, banish, and hand. So if you have field effects, you can still play this. And in some decks that don't mean this can play it very easily. Like you order your other hand traps first, then this card, but it seems good. Oh, and you have to have no monsters in your graveyard, actually. It's for a very specific kind of deck, yeah, and I kind of missed this part if you have no monsters in your grave. Okay, so you can't even use other hand traps first. Okay, so very particular types of decks would use this, or very particular formats. It's a good card, though. Obviously, it's just more hand traps, and it keeps lets trap decks keep up going second a bit better. And then when you have a trap set up, then obviously that gets you a Dominus card, which is really strong, because it itself is a trap and grave. Psalms of the Kings. Not bad. Solid card. Yeah, you can't use non-trap hand traps. Yeah, so yeah. I wonder if we'll see like a vanilla deck or a trapless deck, or a monsterless deck, which is just Psalms of the Kings and like both Dominus cards. They would need more support for that to kind of like be an actual like viable thing, but it'd be funny. It could maybe one day. Paleo. But even the issue with the Paleo there in Paleo, right? If you're playing both Dominus cards, you can't choose any effects, right? Unless they're continuous. And Paleo, you still want to use effects. I wouldn't really call it. Phantasma Spiral, yeah, that's a legit one. Phantasma Spiral, but that deck is fucking awful. Yeah, but that deck's not good, right? I'm talking about a good deck, not a fucking gimmick nonsense, right? Because that's the big problem. Phantasm plus Primite is actually sick. Okay, Jeff, you've lost the plot. Phantasm Spiral. Different type of spiral. One of them is a James Bond type of spy, and the other one is like the actual spiral. Jeff, you're only here because you want me to look at fucking Malice cards. The second I read the Malice cards, Jeff, you were gonna run away. I already know you. Would it be good in the lab linear equation decks? To some degree, yeah. Yeah, because I mean it's just more hand traps, right? Which the deck kind of needs, and then going first, obviously. Or when you pair with other cards, it's good. I actually think this would be better with the furniture version than the trap version, because it kind of fits in line with that pretty well. And you cut off your furnitures, but it's not that big of a deal. You can also go chain. Like, you can go activate this, and then chain. No, you can't. It's not part of the effect. You can't chain. You can't change furnitures. Maybe not. I don't know. Interesting. I should stall reading the Malice cards. That's what I'm doing by doing this one first. It's Loki, a runic card. I don't know about that one, Chief. Did you miss the Yugioh cards? Nope, not yet. This is the first card we're looking at. The potential for this one is not the most abundantly clear to me at the moment, but I definitely see its value. More hand trap is always a good thing, and then it's a high value hand trap in the right circumstances, but the circumstances aren't that straightforward. So hard to know if it'll be too niche or it'll be good, but I feel like it'll be good. Not game breaking, but good. All right, Dark Magician Girl, the Magician's Apprentice. Yeah, so this card's getting censored. We all know that. We need to like zoom in, right? Where's my gooners at? Exclamation mark goon for Ray. Enhance, yes. You feel like I'll read the Yugioh cards and not know how to react because you feel like you don't know what the other cards even do? I do. I played the deck. I've put it on my YouTube already. Sad goon. What do you mean? Why is this a sad goon? It's a fleeting goon because it'll soon not be a goon. I don't know. I'm saying words. I'm gonna stop. All right, that's actually, so this card's really good. I'm okay. The card is good, not really good. You can summon it by discarding a card. What's important here is this inherent summon that does mean something. Darkspaw Caster level 6 means you can use it with Magician Souls. And then yeah, someone wants its turn. If it's summoned, you can add a Shining Star from your deck to your hand. And then once per turn, it gets 200 attack for each monster that mentions Shining Star. And it's in either grave for some reason. This card is fine. Like, it gives you some damage reach in some cases, and some more consistency, which the deck needed. However, it is still weak to hand traps because it's a monster, and obviously it's low value because discarding it to summon itself is low value. So it is a card that's needed for the deck and is good for the deck, but I don't know if this is enough. I would have liked a bit of a higher quality searcher. Like, I wish it just summoned itself and searched, or just discarded itself to search. Maybe be a little bit stronger. Because the multi-card commitment obviously is just rough and imperm. And it makes it like vulnerable to hand traps, which is not in a position you want it to be. It's not the worst though. Isn't it weird because it only searches Shining Star? Not really, because the other cards that would search Shining Star can search for everything else. So drawing this plus Sark is like kind of bad. However, drawing this plus Gadget Trio is fine. Drawing this plus Future Sounds is fine, because those have other cards you can get which aren't bad, right? You can search Turn Silence, which will be important for playing through hand traps. It'll search Gandora. It'll search the Ties That Bind. So the searching the Shining Star, obviously I'd like it to be a bit more flexible, but that lack of flexibility is actually not as important as the discard a card. The discard a card in a deck that doesn't have graveyard effects is rough just from a card economy perspective, because this deck wants to take on the traditional value-based mid-range deck, right? That's often the role it ends up playing. And in those type of decks, this card is costly. It's not nothing. You have to account for it. And if my hand's filled with like hand traps and starter cards and consistency cards, what am I discarding for this? It's going to have to be a hand trap. And that's not great. So that's my biggest concern with it. It's not the worst card, but it's not really what I wanted either. Yeah. Is this card searchable of IOC? That would be cool. But doesn't mention Dark Magician, right? Because it mentions Dark... Does it? I don't fucking understand how those cards work. Because the mentioning things versus not mentioning things is kind of complex. What's the censorship going to be? She's going to get a mastectomy. I don't know. It's Barry Magician Girl searchable. What the hell is that again? It's not searchable off IOC, which is Illusion of Chaos if you're not familiar. They'll cover her cleavage more. They may give her like a breastplate or something. Or change your pose. And then make it less revealing. If this card has to be normal summon, you guys are idiots. If this card is normal summon, you can add one Magician. Terrible. I'm not normal summoning. Dude, you can just play Gadget Trio at that point. Like, that's not a good commitment of your resources. The deck doesn't need more normal summons. I do not play Barry Magician Girl. That is fake as all hell. Committing a normal summon to a subpar search card is daft. Do not waste your time with that. But yeah, this is like obviously an improvement for the deck for sure, but I wish it was a little better. So, but okay, you cannot search it with Illusion of Chaos, because that's the biggest question I have. Probably not, because it's not Dark Magician, it's Dark Magician Girl. I don't fucking know, whatever. All right, anyways, move on to the next cards. You got Yugioh. Oh, another Pendulum. Okay. It's 2 cards. Fucking traps. Hate traps. Tensei Ryuge Anva. So level 10 Dark Dragon Pendulum. All right. So this is kind of cool. And a stats. Wait. What does Melody say? Oops. Melody of Awakening Dragon. 2,500. Okay, I can add that. I couldn't remember the stats on Melody for a second. Oh, obviously you can add this, right? Because the other one is the same? No, the other one's not the same. Okay, you can Melody for this. Part of the thing with Melody in this deck before was you need to see the Pendulum monsters, so you played Melody, but Melody obviously isn't great when it only searches 1 card. You search or two copies of the same thing. The second card is solid. I cannot Pendulum summon except Ryugei's. That's funny that this exists because they had to counterbalance the fact this deck has now scales. When a card effects activate your opponent's response to your Ryugei spell or effect resolution, you can get the effect and destroy this card. Okay, so protects your Miskva from getting ashed, but they can still hit the field spell, which, right? Oh, no, any spell card. Okay, no, this card, okay, this is good insulation, which, I mean, like, I wish it just did something proactive to bait the disruption or bait the hand traps. That way it would do something by itself, but this is, like, fine. All right, let's see what its monster effect is. You contribute 1 Ryugei from your hand or field except Tensei Ryugei Anva, special this card from your hand. Okay, this card is summoned, target card in the field and destroy it. It's fine. If this card is destroyed, you can place a Ryugei continuous spell or trap from your deck, graveyard, or banishment face up on your field. Sure, that's whatever. Okay, this card is because searching the continuous spell is honestly pretty, like, it's not great value. Obviously, you can destroy it with the other ritual, Miskva, and then get double search. But like the continuous spells are not that important. I mean, it's nice this deck has better ways to deal with Ash on the spells, because the deck had huge choke points, and this kind of helps. But it's like patching up a leaking ship, right? Like get a new ship at that point almost. This is like patching it. I mean, like it's gonna have other cracks be exposed eventually. It's okay. Don't they want to pop? They do, but this is not great. Like tribute 1 special from hand is a neg 1. Then you have to pop your own card, so that's a neg 2, and then you have to tribute to summon other pendulum from the deck. So the trade in resources is really low quality. That's not a play pattern that you really want to be doing that often. And it's not like this deck has that many floaters, right? Like, yeah. Turn to the normal trap and the disruption. I don't even. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't really play that shit because it was bad before, but yeah, I guess. All right. Ryuge Ruin says your opponent can target Ryuge's with card effects. Wish it said cards, not monsters, but okay. If you have a Ryuge pendulum monster on your field or extra deck, you can shuffle 2 Ryuges from your hand, give your banishment into the deck, then pop a card. That's not bad. It's recycling as well, which is sometimes needed because I don't apply multiple of the big dudes. They're fucking awful. If this card is destroyed, you can set 1 non-continuous Ryuge trap from your deck, grave, or banishment. All right, so I have to remind myself what this other trap. God damn it! What this other trap does, because I don't remember it. I remember the deck though, but not specifically that one trap. Ryuge. Special 1 Ryuge from your hand deck or grave. Return to the hand in the end phase. You can banish this card from your grave. Try 1 Ryuge small shot. Draw a card. This card's very average. I don't know if I want to put this in the deck. The deck is already chock full of bricks that just feel like shit. I don't know if I want to include this in my deck. It gets better, yeah, because you can search for this and it pops a card. This still doesn't seem great. All right, the fact that we're getting Malice cards means there's going to be more Rizal cards too, obviously. And I imagine that'll be announced over the next few days, which we'll look at on stream. But yeah, here's the Malice cards. Malice March Hare. Level 3 Dark Cybers. Your opponent cannot target Malice links this card, or that point to this card with card effects. Okay, that's probably going to be somewhat relevant. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand, quick effect. You can banish another Malice from your hand to grave and special discard. If this card is banished, you can pay 3 life points on one of your banished Malice monsters at your hand. It can target itself. I mean, yes, this card is very good. It's a 4th name, which the deck needs. It lets it play into removal way better because now you don't run out of resources as much. As well as it's a crazy extender, which the deck needs. Maybe this deck just breaks into like tier 1 or even better status because the deck was already good and this card is huge. Replaces Dotscaper. I mean, like, that's fake. They don't serve the same purpose. It's similar, but think of this as another name. And Dotscaper I wouldn't count as a name. So I don't know if I agree with that. Dot is still a fine one of, yeah. But part of the reason why I don't like Malice, I feel like it plays poorly onto a what's it called? It plays poorly into a field with removal. This helps you with that a lot, being both an extender and more names, and the good things search off sign up mining. So very, very powerful card, obviously. And this can kind of warp how a deck plays. So maybe the deck becomes like, the format becomes less toxic around this, but I'm not like sold. Obviously, wait and see. Now the other thing worth noting about it is with Lancia, you can, because it's quick effect, you can like make one of your links, and then during your opponent's turn, you can banish a white rabbit from grave, and then summon this card out, and the white rabbit will summon itself, and then set one from deck, and then you can use like ENTP, or if you already have ENTP, then you can like set a different one. But this just lets you do like a better-ish play into Lancia. Obviously, like when you already get to a link 3 under Lancia, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, this card is fucking nuts. Very, very powerful card. And And the fact that banished from hand to grave means if you don't Lancia in the draw phase, you're psychotic now, because otherwise you can just chain. Like if you go main phase and I go like activate field spell and you go chain Lancia and I go chain this, chain banish White Rabbit from hand or some shit, it can get out of hand really fast. It's like an engine bestial. I mean, yeah, pretty much. This card's nuts. Also do it on your opponent's turn. Thank you, Jeff. Did you go missing for the last 2 minutes? Because that's what I said. I just said when you get Lancia, do you banish White Rabbit on their turn? And you can start playing a bit. Jeff's selective hearing. You're saying their turn 1? Oh. Wait, that is kind of crazy, actually, yeah. Never mind, Jeff, I'm sorry. So if you charm me them when they start passing, then you just summon this White Rabbit. I guess, yeah, because that means you're less vulnerable to Lancias when it comes back to your turn, because you already established bodies. I mean, this card is so good. This card is crazy. All right, we haven't read the spell yet, although I'm hoping it's not as insane. 1 second, just got a message. All right, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, I promise. All right, Malice in the Mirror. I'm looking at the malice in the mirror. Is it bad? That's my brain went to. Obviously, this is not supposed to be a Man in the Mirror reference. This I don't think it's supposed to be, but it's hard to face a monster your opponent controls. Banish 1 malice from your hand or face up field. And if you negate the targeted monster's effects. Banish from your hand. Okay, that's not bad. If this card is banished, you can target 1 mouse card in your graveyard, banish it, and if you do, add 1 mouse card of the same type from your deck to your hand. Okay, this card's solid. I don't know if this is like broken, but this like helps you play into fields. How searchable is this? It's a 1-up, but going to search off ransom. Ransom. The fuck is a ransom? Oh, wait, that doesn't just search the field spell? The red ransom, right? You can search any spell, any 1 malice spell. Yeah, I guess I can, yeah. Sure, this card is good enough for that. I mean, it's not a bad card. It's not this. Because, like, obviously when you compare this to this card is fucking insane. This is custom. This card is just good card. It has a reasonable effect. It has a banish effect. It's searchable. It's not bad going first or second. This card is fine. All right, cool. That should be all of the new cards that were announced. They're pretty strong. I mean, like we got some interesting ones. These two obviously being pretty solid. Not a fan of the yugioh stuff, and the mouse cards were crazy. One other thing I wanted to bring to people's attention, as I haven't checked for myself, is I believe someone said the Primite card got errated back. This card is summoning a set of spell trap from your deck. You contribute this card, and then here, during your standby phase, if you have a normal monster in your grave. Yeah, so for those who aren't familiar with the drama, pretty much this card in Japan says during your standby phase, but the printed copies says during the standby phase in the TCG, which is a huge deal because it means you can bring back your opponent's standby phase, thus turning on Drill Beam immediately. However, now in the official database, they've changed it back to say during your standby phase like it does in Japan, which will be obviously confusing to some players, but this means Drill Beam in this deck is a bit worse. And they've adjusted quick at least, but yeah, they've re-errated it back to where it should be. And that was kind of big news. Primite dead on release. This does not kill Primite. That means they'll reprint this card real soon. You'd think that, but did they do that with Alibur that fast? I don't know. How long did it take Alibur to get reprinted? It still took Alibur like 8 months to get reprinted. So I don't even know if that's true. I want to say yes, but it can be hard to tell. Blue Eyes probably might go Burr. I mean, that could still be fine, I think. I don't love it, but yeah. Related cards. They're just missing the new trap. Nice. Albert was in Ghost of the Past 1. Why did both of you calling it Albert? Is that like a meme? You calling it Albert instead of Aluber? Unless you both have the exact same autocorrect. It's a meme? Oh my god. Of course it's a stupid meme. Fucking meme review. Where else would it be? It could be in OTS packs. The fuck? I have. Okay. But yeah. It was its OCG name. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's switch over to Master Duel. I'm getting. I cannot look at this page. No memes today. What's going on, Master Duel? The theme Chronicle event. Okay. Any new announcements? Nope. What are the new missions? Theme Chronicle, win a Duel Festival, normal summon. Okay, yeah, there's nothing really crazy. Let's go earn ourselves some gems. And then we can open some packs. Get some Gambas in. Dame Dane. Okay. Plant torture. God, yeah, the combos that take 5 years. Like, actually. What is an event duel you'd like to play? Kind of like the no extra deck. This is gross. Felice, okay. Yeah, I only got this engraved, I think. Am I getting impermed here? Probably. I wish I could SP to clear my field and then turn on these. Yep. Rip. Not the best start. Surely he can't play. Are there any more gemstones they could turn into ritual to spirit? Oh my god, crystal beasts? Yeah, probably. There's a ton of different crystals you could use. But the whole point is to have 7. I don't know if they will do more. Prank kids. Okay, I'm not gonna concede yet. Actually, SP yourself? No, you'd tag out. You don't banish your own card. You just, when they use an effect, you go banish both, and then you double foo with them. My phone doesn't ring today. If it happens, it happens. I don't know what to tell you. I'm expecting someone to come to the front door at some point, and that'll take like 2 minutes, but that won't end the stream. Pearl and Jade over Crystal Beasts. I mean, there's a lot they could do. Okay. Iron Fusion summoning, sure. Fuse 3 from hand. God, it feels so neg. Wow, I've never seen the animation before. That's pretty cool. The crazy thing is this is so outdated. Like, what does this actually do for him? If he goes battle phase, I'll just turtle. If he nukes, the fieldless will trigger, which is like very risky for him. Is that 3 or is that 1? Alright, turtle. Okay. Bow wow bark. Okay. End phase. Okay. Like, this really isn't that much to deal with. God, Yu decks were so much more tame back then. Did you not play a lot in 2022? It was a popular deck. In Master Duel? It was a popular deck in TCG. I played against a lot of it in TCG, but I said I hadn't seen the animation. People played this shit in Master Duel too? I wasn't playing Master Duel until they announced competitive events because I'm a competitive player. I don't like just not playing. Adventure Prank was meta. All right. Well, yeah, I only did. I wasn't playing the TC or the Master Duel until, like, not seriously until the Ishizu cards came out. Because they announced a competitive circuit in Worlds. I can just chain and protect, but still, one null cards. Yeah, it's forced out now. One of the first cheap decks you could build. Sure. I had my zombie sworn deck with the grass zombie deck. For clown. I get on the Dragonling. I have 1-1 in here. I do, right? That's hilarious. Let's get JD. It's so funny. 101. Oh. He's not using Yamamew? Okay. Is he just dead now? Oh, he might have Nib. I'll find out in a second, I guess. Is there a way around Nib? Oh, he's just conceding. Okay. Most extra cheaper release compared to now? Yeah, because now every single new set, every card is just ultra. That wasn't the way it was before. Farfa versus Josh Weiss's Birmingham. What? You just came in here and said words. I don't know what that means. Okay. I'll start first. Yeah. Okay. Don't do anything. Yeah, I have to draw here. Alright, so I need to draw any extender really. Vice would work. Dragon Lane, recharge, a lot of good cards. Yeah, that was good. Give our opponent some life again. Fua. That's not what I wanted. Guess I draw Vice. Oh my god. That was so bad. Ah, they just left. If they knew my hand, they would have not left. That is crazy. Our hand is so bad there. They were cooked. I had to go make Minerva and had to hope it was enough. What the fuck? I got 80 gems for this. That's crazy. That was like the most worthy duel I've ever played. I've never won more from a single duel ever, I think. That's crazy. What the hell? That's 2 missions worth? Yeah, I know. That was nice. We take those? Oh, I absolutely fucking take that. No fucking doubt I take that. Okay, we got the Fua again. We've been on this shit every game. End phase. Pfft. Okay. Our hand isn't very good, though. I don't have any of my starters or extenders. That doesn't help me either. Recharge. This is going to get ashed based on what just happened here, though. Yep, unlucky. Maybe I'm supposed to just, like, normal summon Lumina, attack, and pass, but this keeps the Fua up. This is bad into second Ash is the problem. God, recharge into Ash is so bad. I'm doing the event until I get the gems I need. Lumina Turtle. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about the title though, just the gems. Okay. Was that in the loner deck? It is, right? Oh my god. Guys, I think I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm ruined. Oh, Lightsworn can be so ass. Vice? Is there Lightsworn engraved? There's Luma. God. I'm dead though. I'm dead if they play properly. Oh, that was not the right play. They could have just made the Minerva Synchro if they summoned back a non-tuner, right? Or they don't have a non-tuner. Oh, they don't have a non-tuner. Never mind. Let's go. We got this. Surely we can still win this. Huh. He might gold weird, right? I mean, I guess they're 800 off killing me. I can people to JD, which will be shit, but yeah. What is the singular card that wins you this game? Them not killing me. I just need to not die, and then I should be fine. I wish I had more life points, but I mean, I can try getting life points for this. Okay. This Trickon does nothing though as well now. Okay, Wolf, sure. Talons, okay. Now I hope to just win. That was good. Sure, set itself. Now I'm gonna go for this. What he should have done, if he could, I guess they couldn't really do it. Another hand. Perfect. Another one of these, right? They start popping off his monsters. I don't have to give him life points, so I'm not popping that just yet. Perfect. I have a JD left in deck still. Make Dweller. Yeah, it's Turtle in the Grave, you say. Good thing I have an Abyss Dweller. Now that won't resolve. Wolf comes back. Cool. 16 in deck. Nice. I don't want to kill myself. Not particularly. It's normal summoned. I don't even know if I have left to mill. Yeah, all the wolves and fleeces are gone. Yeah, it's conceded. But yeah, I mean that's the game plan. If that wasn't apparent, but yeah, there was no concern for me. I just needed to live the turn. Almost there. The royal is nice. The royal is nice. More proof the life points doesn't matter unless it's the last one. So they matter, obviously, but not as much as people think. But yeah, people will say, oh, game's over. It's like, don't count me out, but we always got a little hope. Where are we? DC'd. Unlucky. Unlucky. Nice. Determination. Okay. All right, I guess I'm happy I didn't win the roll with this. This deck is not consistent. There should be a card destruction in here because I've needed it a lot. Ugh. Ooh, that's a good card. I'm just gonna use the Fua here, even though it really doesn't do that much. Dragonling, they summon them L2. Yep. I need these draws bad, man. Please. I wish it a special from deck. Okay. I know nothing. That's good. He's going deep. He might make Dweller. Oh my god. Oh god. Keep summoning, my friend, please. I need this punishment. Oh, really? He's going for that angle? Opponents on a loner deck? I don't know if they are. Does the loner deck have impermanent? Okay, they're reviving here. They don't deck themselves out. It does? Okay, this might be loner. Really? Okay. Yeah, I can't even use Trick Clown now. So if they pass here, I go for the Minerva XYZ. Oh, playable card. This is gonna hit the charge. Oh, fuck off! I called it. That life is so unfair. Life's not fair. Every time. Deserved, to be honest. How is this deserved? Please tell me why that was deserved. Bro, is he actually gonna deck himself out? I just want to play. Alright, at least didn't draw 2 cards there. Okay, nice. He milled his JD that he needed. He's... Jesus Christ, he's gonna deck himself out. What is he doing? He's digging for the Aegis? Perhaps. But he's gonna mill a shit ton of the end phase too. Yeah, he's dead. He has to link these off now. He has to be more draws under the thing. You guys know, instead of digging for Aegis this way, you could always just Wrangling or Curious it. There's other ways to do it. Wait. No, there's not. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Lil bro. People always do this with Gareth. Okay, my first playable card. He has to summon Punishment and shuffle back his cards now. Okay. Nice. Doesn't matter how bad my hand is. My opponent loses the game without me playing a single card. I guess I played Fu a lot, but that was ridiculous. Hand's fine, I guess. $49 card deck. The hell does that mean? The gacha is rigged? What makes you say that? Are you just being salty? You went back to back pull 10s. I got nothing. All right, so yeah, you're just being salty. You have barely any sample size. Relax, my friend. That's not really a good argument. All right, so what does this even do? Well, what extra deck cards are legal for them to make like pendulum boards? Am I getting like FTK scale harmonizing? Bro, he's down bad. We haven't had to do that in like years. Back in the day, we had to scale this card. It was not a good sign. Why is he playing this card? Shadal Zephranaga. Wait, why? What? Why did I say you're trolling? Why is what bad? This card is really good at Pendulum Summon and does nothing in the pen scale. Isn't that pretty intuitive? It's the Forbidding Goo. I mean, it's the Desperation Goo is what it is. It's not a good thing. This is the second one. Yeah, this is sad. This is not what you want to be doing with this deck. Set. Okay. All right, draw. My God. Actually, that's fine. Da, 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 da. Ba, da, 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 ba, ba, da. If he negates this, you can normal. Yeah, I'm gonna normal this and Myth Mill the Wolf. It's nice. Neos, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Oh wait, what the fuck? Shuffles it. Never mind. Played myself. Yeah, I was thinking I was smart and said I'm just a clown. Aw, just the negates. Okay. Foolish Burial. Wolf, right? Yeah. A played yourself moment? Very much so. Alright, probably getting impermed here. No imperm, okay. Interesting. What am I bringing back off this? It doesn't matter, right? It's making the other Minerva, probably. So your skip song does nothing. It got negated. But also, I said my alerts aren't working. I can't hear it. Yeah, keep trying to bait shit out and milling. All right. Okay, mill 3. Wolf. Okay. Look at their hand, right? Still no Drangling in rotation yet. It's kind of sucks. You loaner decks are bangers. Yeah, the loaner decks they did for this event are pretty good. All right, cool. They gave up. Cool. We're almost done, right? 10,000. Yeah. 2 more to go. Making good time. Good time. All right, please don't break. It's not a brick if they don't get ashed. If I get ashed, though, we are Sag. No. I need Requiem so I can normal summon this. And make a play with it. Whoa. What? Invoked. Almirage? Yeah, maybe. It is way worse, but yes. Shadal invoked. This is lame window. That's all this is. Fusion deployment. Is Cartesia legal? Yes, it is. Song name? This is Silhouette, right? Or this is not Silhouette. I don't fucking remember. Naruge? It's Naruto for sure. It's Naruto opening. Constructs. Yep. I should have set this. I don't know if it would have mattered, but I don't know how I'm supposed to beat a window. Skip song? Really? On this? All right, as you wish. Let's give it a second for negates. It's not negated. All right. How fun. I heckin' love window. Oh no, are you crazy? What the fuck? Okay. If they don't have another invocation or another Alistair, this is fine. You just did not want to hear Naruto? Well, we're on the anime playlist, so there will be a lot of Naruto. It's kind of unavoidable. At El Shaddai. Okay. That is a problem because it lets them refuse for window. The Country Roads in Japanese. Yeah, it's from Whispers of the Heart. It's a anime movie. A Studio Ghibli movie. Fuck, they had a vacation. Why didn't they just make Mechaba and banish the turtle? I guess they decided they didn't want to win the game. They don't know OG Turtle. I wouldn't call this OG. Scared of Imperm? What the hell does Imperm do? This banishes the turtle, not the Mechaba. Yes, Mechaba can negate the turtle, but they could just use invocation to banish the turtle. Caliga. Awesome. Hopefully I don't play two windows, otherwise I'm fucked. God. I love floodgates. Alright, give me a normal summonable Lightsworn, probably. I said normal summonable. I was very clear. Oh, I feel so bad. Yep. At least it resets the window. Well, they have Alistair in hand, right? So I can't even attack over it. Double search. What's my win con here? Do I have one? Make 101 at outset, but then I don't have enough names in grave. Because I need to be able to normal summon a fucking Lightsworn, and I couldn't. Oh god. Oh, the second wolf was so bad. Can't pop him with Minerva. God, Windows such a dumb card, man. Hmm. Window is never on the ban list. Nope. Deserves to be though. They had back the fusion spell, right? Yeah. I mean, like I just can't do anything. I have to hope they're dumb enough. Just let this resolve, but never should. Oh, okay. Nice window. Okay. Playable, please. Nope. Dude, 2 of these every hand. Not today, but other days. Oh, this is so bad. Like needs the tier cards to not be breaking. Ash Lila. Okay. I guess. Actually a dino player. That's a rare breed. With a dino mate and everything. Nice hand. Thank you. Thank you, Herman. I'm aware. I'm just gonna concede, I think, if they pop a real card. Yeah. Yeah, nice. You could say they're almost extinct. Ha ha ha. Oh god. Lowest jokes. Why are the 2 punishment dragons in your deck? Because I just needed a filler card. It's not good. And we built the deck in 5 seconds. But yes, I understand it is not optimal. Eat that. Fualua. What the hell? Another dinosaur? It's just like popular or something? Might be the same guy. It's not. The other guy was named Khalil, and he had an Oviraptor mate. I know very much that this isn't the same guy. So I specifically made the remark as well that he was playing Dino with a dinosaur mate. What does this make? Jagaris? Oh, we're down bad. We are down bad at this is what we're doing. God, all the decks in this are so bad. Soon we'll have emotes of dancing things, of dancing pajamas for you guys to use instead. Caudelus. Interesting. Oh, that draw off pill off of Fua. That's nice. End phase. This is rough. They can leave me the token as well. Recharge. Okay. We're off to the races. Hand is cooking. Finish him. Yeah, this is over. Okay, these are the easy games. The first recorded playable Lightsworn hand. This one is fucking cooking. What's it again? We keep having a toggle. I wonder what it is. Hey, both punishment dragons. Now I can make enlightenment. I don't really know what to make. Judgment Dragon. Misk. Oh, that was the toggle in him the entire time? He got me. Just blew up my own cards. Nice. Okay. Let's see if this forces this. Oh wait, this negates activations? I should have done talents. I don't negate effects. Try again, surely it dies this time? Okay. I was a dino player to quit against? I mean, my hand was terrible, so yes, I could not do anything. Why the dino no die? Why the dino no die? Try it again? Alright, sure. Okay, there's I was looking to see if there was a nib in there. One more time? Alright. Wait, this is actually smart because now I get comeback victory, right? As extra duel points. This is the goo. Herman always one step ahead. Just outplays. Always cooking. Yep, exactly. Farmers and legacy packs. Dude, I still need some cards in the legacy pack, so yeah. Also, one day we'll pull a royal rare card destruction, and it'll all be worth it. Is this Naruto? This is Naruto. I cannot count. Okay. Well, that was a mistake. Um. Gonna put turtle in grave, right? We're fine. We're fine. Oh, yeah, they skipped the draw phase as well. We're fine. What is Overtex's grave effect or its hand effect again? 5 of your banished dinos. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, their hand is Coatulus and Animadorned. I'm fine. No. We know their hand. We know their hand. We talanced their hand. I forgot about that. What does that do though? How many dinos in the grave? Oh shit, there's 4. Oh wait, this is actually a problem. Oh shit. How many dinos are banished? Still not enough, right? Yeah, okay. This is not over yet. This is fine. This is totally fine. This is totally okay. We totally didn't mess this up. You're reminded why you hate Lightsworn? Why? What did Lightsworn do here? I just messed up. Baby Ceresaurus. Okay. Huh? Little bro, you have no dinos in grave. Exoton. I put back their pill, right? Yeah, I put back the pill. Okay. That is fine. Battle phase. They're just seppukuing? Okay. Nice. It's like how the 100 ticks away slowly. That was closer than it should have been. One more game, hopefully. Craft Foolos angle? I mean, yeah. The hell? Is this some weird Orcus deck? What is happening? Crazy. Succession, revive. Fuck, Mech Knights. Mech Knight Loner? There's a Mech Knight Loner? This is the first time I've played against this deck. It's Keck Knights. Apparently so. What does this card do? Sure. It's like a bad Kieran. Hey, Ray. We just lurking today. Ray, have you been live lately? I feel like I haven't seen you live. Maybe I've been just asleep, but I haven't seen you. Definitely asleep? Okay. I guess so. Ip. Okay. Okay. We're really going on this mech angle, huh? Okay. Hey, Herman, bro. Why do you hate Vados so much? What did Vados do to you? It's F3. Alright. Oh, love Wolf. Okay, my hand is fine. I'm not gonna bitch about it. I just went first, probably. I wish that triggered. It's Dragling, right? I want it to be Vice, though. It's just Dragling is always the better one. All right. It's okay. It's okay. We're all good. We got 4 names in rotation already. Double Punishment engraved. Nice. See if this forced him to do anything. No, nothing yet. Okay. Now I want to mill Felice. Okay, they're gonna negate this. Interesting, this is what I felt like needed negated. Do I think this resolves? Fuck it, let's try. They're gonna get Trick Clown now? I mean, I'm placing my columns intentionally. I have 3 engrave now. Let's go put this engrave. I think they did that wrong. But these arrows don't even work, right? They have to link these 2 way. Blackout laughs. Okay. I can fool us now. Guys, should I just draw cards? I kind of want to just draw cards. No, that's bad. I should make sure this resolves first, because if he chains Blackout Laughs to it, then it's not all fine and dandy. He did not chain Blackout Laughs. I was say, where's Wolf? Like, wait, there is no wolf. Wolf is dead. Can't deal damage this turn, which I have to remember. That's my last one. Doesn't matter what I bring back, right? Okay, so actually look at his hand. It's just game, no Axotond. I can't deal damage this turn. Red Moon. You see how we win in Sweden? Yep. This works, right? It just banishes this. Can't black out me now. All right. Why didn't I JD 6 times? I did that last game. I'm assuming you'll be here for that if you're saying this. Oh yeah, mill 4. I have a turtle engraved to put back. Should put back their black out left. That's nothing I care about. Oh, purple sky. Forgot about that. All right. Say goodbye to your last pathetic card. It's a chainable. Ah, they chained concede. Yeah, if I Omega'd back the purple Nightfall, that would have been nice. Okay, the event is done now. We don't need to play that shit anymore. Thankfully, that only took like 5 streams, which is way too much. 1992? That's not 2000. Oh no. All right. All right, what pack do I open, guys? Thunder or Tier? We'll go Royal Hunting. What pack? Thunder or Tier? Only 1,000 gems to spend, but that's okay. You pulled a Kikalos today? I have 4, so unfortunately I did not need that one. Why did the dragon not banish your monsters? Minerva says that while it's in the field, your Lightsworns on the field cannot be banished. So that's why that worked. Thank you for reminding me to go craft 1 Keemun Falcus. Yep, we got to do our 1 daily craft as well. Tier looks like it's winning right now. We did Thunder last time, so I wouldn't mind doing Tier this time. Thunder is trash. You just mantled it. Okay, well, I love both decks dearly, which is why I submitted those 2 options. So don't go trash talking my baby and expect me not to be okay with that, or to be okay with it, because I'm not. So it looks like Tier is the winner. So let's get the Tier pack unlocked. Glossy. All right. Will I get a royal? I don't know. But let's do how many ultras I'll get in my 10 packs. How many ultras? Quick gambas. Why are my normals not glossy? I actually don't like how glossies look. I like regular and I like royal. Not any of this halfway high rarity shit. Is this list not outdated? It is. I'll let you guys get the gammas in. So what we're looking for here, royal wise, is third Scream, second to third Rhino Heart, any Sharons. I don't have any of these, and a Kaleido Heart would be nice too. As for super rares, I think only Teus and I think only Teus is what I need. Royal. I already have Royal Megalo, Gundys, Perlagias. I like 5 of each of the tier cards. Royal. Yeah. The solo for the 8 gems? God no. This doesn't look great though. Bunch of nonsense. Yeah, this looks rough. Four pluses for believers. Wait, who the fuck put 46,000 points on 4 plus ultras? I'm sorry, bro. I don't think that's happening. Royal. Fuck! I thought we had it. I thought we had it. That'd have been so sick. I'm getting debated every time, bro. Pain. So close, it's so far. Story of our life. The dialogue was trash. What? Like my speaking? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, the skull. Are you talking about the Skull Servant dialogue? Okay. Yeah, I'm not playing solo modes. I do not enjoy solo mode. Next pack essentially has to be Fiendsmith. I imagine in the next 3 months, like they'd have to, but I don't know if it's necessarily true. Like, they could always finagle things in a weird order. February pack is always insane. It's Shizu cards and, or is it, no, or was it tier cards? It was tier cards, right? And tier and Snake Eyes. Sprite. It was Sprite and Snake Eye. Okay. You're rioting the Feb pack is not Fiendsmith. I like how you guys say that, and then I'll have a bunch of people bitching in my comments saying, I fucking hate Fiendsmith. Gun, okay. Beach just needs to be banned though. That card is crazy. This was very depressing. That's you. You're the money bitches. Unfortunately, that is not even true. There are so many complainers, always complaining. Okay. So every day we stream, we will craft one of this card, one Wall of the Imperial Tombs. No more, no less. And an effort to get a royal. So today is going to be day number 4. Will this one be the royal? Spoiler alert, we have not got a royal yet. Gambit time. And one of these days, this will be a royal. It has to. But is today that day? I got a shit ton of no's. If you're smart, you bet 10 points on yes. Because then you have a lot to be gained. And somebody put a shit ton on yes for no reason. Who put so much on yes? Kika BG voted with 19,000 world points. Why? Bro, really? I'd be voting no, guys. If you have votes, have points, vote no. It sounds like free world points, bro. It's free chatting. I don't know what you're gonna do with it. It's just that. I'm gonna phone call. Not again, guys. Hello? I'm assuming you don't remember yeah, you don't remember the code? Alright. Just give me 5 seconds, I'll be there. What's the code? If someone's at my front door, I have to let them in. I'll be back in a second. Why not just speak the code to him? Because I'm live. Sorry, I don't want to give out my door code on a stream. Idiots. I should have said 6969. Okay. We are back. Just put out the code. No. All right. 50,000 points on no. 19.3 thousand points on yes. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. The no's are victorious. Why is there an ad in the chat? Because if this is going to be my job, I kind of have to make money. Welcome to the real world. Guy increases. Morning, my dude. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it very much. Speaking of, we've been live for about 2 hours right now, and I've only gotten 3 subs. So while I appreciate that I have about 350 of you sitting here with me right now, if you're enjoying the stream, want to see more content, and want me to do this a lot more actively and not have to run away when a call happens, please consider subscribing. Your primes, of course, are free, so send your primes my way. Yeah, goes a long way. Especially in January when the ad revenue is dog shit and we earn effectively nothing from just watching ads, which sucks. But Dutch US, thanks so much for the prime sub. I appreciate it very much. Oh, Hype Train started. Did you guys see like things pop up on the screen? I don't know how it works. I think it has to pass level 1. Maybe not. The Ozello or Theo Zello is probably how you pronounce it. Thank you so much for the resub with Prime. Appreciate it very much. Hi, World Champ. Hello back. Yeah. What else can you guys tell me? Getting paid soon. Drop a sub then. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Okay, so what are we trying to do now with the rest of our time? I think let's move into React content because I don't want this to go on too long. I think we did a fair bit of Master Duel, and we can do some more in the rest of the week. You wish you got more money from milestones. You had 2 years next month. It'd be dope if Twitch offered more perks for streamers. Yeah. At least what they do now is after you hit a certain point, which I did hit in December, I get a higher share of revenue from Twitch subs. Before it's like 50. I only get half of it. Now I get like 60%, I think. So I get like it's 25 cents more or something per sub, but like that adds up. Which is why I have to ask, because that's like how you make money doing this. Can I help build a meta-ish Monarch deck? Probably not. You can submit your deck into Duckless Nightmares. That's your best chance. Okay. Yeah, I think let's switch over to some React content. Let me switch the OBS scenes real quick. Yeah, fucking meme review. Okay, so there were 3 things that I wanted to watch. I have not watched any of these. This video from Josh Schmidt, which is him reacting to my video about myself hating Malice. We have the loss of the Midcore Yu-Gi-Oh player, which was a very popular hot topic discussion a bit ago, but I was busy. And then we've also got this Leonhart video, which was kind of popping off. The grim reality of owning a card store. And as somebody, I don't own a card store, but I've worked with a lot of them. And I have an online card store, so I can maybe provide some insight into this. I thought that'd be a cool look. So, what discussion, or which one do we want to react to first? Which react to first? Josh reacting to me. Team APS. Grim reality of card store. I'll let you guys vote. Let's pull it up here. Midcore, Fiend Street, Midcore. Guys, I'm putting up a poll. Put it in on screen. Don't just type in chat. That's a giant nose. Okay, thank you. Josh was pretty brutal. See about that one? True? Was he? I have not watched any of these videos, so I have no idea if I'm gonna get mad or not. Play some Yu-Gi-Oh. I just did play Yu-Gi-Oh for 2 hours. Are we reacting to Paul's video or Farber's video? Reacting to Josh's video? Reacting to Paul's video? I'm watching Paul's video. I figured I don't want to watch multiple Josh videos because I don't want to leech off Josh. So one Josh video is fine, and the Farber one watches Josh, so that's part of the same problem. Also, it seems incredibly convoluted. Okay, so we'll do this order. All right. Let's put the speed up to 1.25 for now. Let's see how this is. So this is Josh saying, I've been saying, it's a nice title. But yeah, this is a reaction to my video. As you can see here, original video is my video where I complained about Malice. My discussion video is like 12 minutes long. His somehow turned into a 52-minute discussion video, which I don't know how the fuck that happened. So let's see what he has to say. And I don't know if he got into a fight with me or with his chat, or my comment sections were wild. In fact, I almost want to pull up my video as well to go through the comments in that, because the comments were like, some of them were fucking aggressive, and you guys are just idiots. Some of you,
what was going on in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Obviously, I'm not calling everyone here an idiot, and it's a loud minority of schmucks. Jesse hated Sprite, but is okay with Rizel. Like this. I don't hate Sprite because I think it's unfair. I just think it's boring. Sprite is fine. I don't hate Sprite. I just think it's boring and I don't like playing it. But if I don't like playing against Malice. That's why I hate it. I don't dislike playing against Sprite. That's fine. Very different things. Light mode burning your eyes. Deal with it. Anyways, let's read my comment sections later, because I'm sure this will give me an aneurysm. But I swear, any discussion video I make, it's like, I know it's supposed to be good for traction and engagement to get people commenting, but I have so many comments that just like make me so like frustrated. Like, how are people so dense? Anyways, obviously you want to watch the original video. My original video is on my main channel. And then, which I guess I'll post in the description here. And then I'll get Josh's video in here as well. And make sure you like and subscribe to Josh. This is the highlights channel of his. You should get the extension that shows YouTube dislikes. I could check it, but I don't really feel like doing that. It's definitely, the discussion videos always have more dislikes than the other ones. I can't hear the Tangi, unfortunately. I don't know. It's being weird. Okay, so let's get into it.
We're gonna do something we haven't done in a while, which is we're gonna react to a Jesse video because I always have an open ear. You guys know this. I always have an open ear for Cyber's hate, right? Like,
I was about to say, what does he have an open ear to? Because he's only watching the video because I think he knows he's going to agree with it, which is why I'm surprised this is a 52-minute video, because I thought we were on the same page. I thought we were, but so how did it get so long?
whenever someone drops some hate on Cybers, you know, I haven't seen the video yet. I already left the comment of let the Cybers hate flow through you.
Oh, okay. He says he hasn't watched it yet. Yeah. He did comment. Okay. At least he's like, I was going to wonder if I had to call him out for pre-watching, but he addressed it before I could. So, okay. He's getting ahead of it.
I want to know what Jesse has to say about this current meta, because the video is titled New Year, New Meta, Same Old Problems in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is a statement that I do not wholeheartedly agree with. I do think overall Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been getting into a lot healthier space with the recent set releases and ban list updates. It's a lot better than it used to be in 2024, in my opinion. That does not mean I think it has no problems anymore. So we'll have to wait and see.
Let's talk about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Format. I know this is one of the favorite pastimes of content. So I'll respond with yes, but also when you're using a YouTube video, let me fix my OBS actually to not be covering him. Let's move it to this side, I guess. Oh my God. There we go. But I'll say that when you make YouTube videos, you have clickbait titles. I did say that the format was better, but it still has problems. People act like it's all solved. It's not all solved. Creators in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Space is to and moan about how much they hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dead, yada 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 yada. And this was even more true than ever last year during the Year of Fire, where a lot of players... It's weird hearing yourself talk. Anyways, and content creators, like myself, voiced their opinions of dismay and dislike of what was going on in Yu-Gi-Oh! But now we're in 2025. The Year of Fire is over. The ban list has made sure of that, as well as new product releases have edged out any sort of viability that the Fire decks had. We are firmly in a brand new metagame. And how do we feel right now? Is this format healthy? Is this where we want Yu-Gi-Oh! To be? Let's talk about it. So a few days ago, a Philadelphia...
I think...
Philadelphia regional happened that has 740 players. Okay. That is a lot of players, even for Philadelphia standards. They can sometimes hit the 10-round mark, which requires about 500 players, and that is impressive. That makes for a huge regional. 740 is crazy. That's the makings of a small YCS in the America regions. I didn't realize this YCS even in all the Latin footage they It had. shows that people are enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh! As past regionals in the area have had lower attendance during the Fire formats, not hitting 10 rounds and sometimes looking kind of disgustingly low. And I've seen other creators like MBT echo that this format is finally healthy and is good. But truthfully, I don't share this opinion. So I don't want to scream from the rooftops saying this format is terrible.
This tweet was sick. I love that tweet.
I didn't even lose to a Malice deck, by the way, when I made this. I actually beat my Malice opponent, and it wasn't the fact I lost, but it was just like I played Malice like every fucking round, like for like 5 rounds in a row at locals, and there's not much going on. Like I beat the Malice player, but it's not because I was better than them. Their deck just can't go second into removal well, and when I went second, I drew Lancia. It really wasn't an interesting match. And when I've gone locals a couple times since Crossover Breakers, and every single times there was at least half of the meta, or half of the people there were just on fucking Malice, or more. There's just been a lot of Malice. I don't enjoy playing against that deck. That was the whole point of this. And I hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that's not true. I still love this game, as well as I don't think this format is terrible. However, I think this is almost like us reeling from the pure terribleness of what Fire is, this format still is not great, and there's one big culprit in this. Now, ironically, going into this format, I expected Ryzel to be rather boring. Its play patterns are mostly linear, and the gameplay is not the most interesting. However, it brings you back to some core Yu-Gi-Oh! Making reads is important, playing for follow-up is important, playing the long game with resources is important. All those things matter with Ryzel. Despite my initial kind of concerns with Ryzel being a boring deck, it's turned out to not be, and I actually quite like this deck. I think
I definitely resonate with that sentiment about Ryzel. It is something that when it was first released, I probably felt similarly about it, like to the point where like, oh, this is just another relatively simple to play deck and stuff like that. I think the reason why I've changed my mind, or the reason why I've or what the conclusion I've reached when thinking about it more, is that Ryzel is not boring and Ryzel is also not super simple. The thing about Ryzel that is simpler than other Yu-Gi-Oh decks is its first turn combos, which if you really think about it, that's something that we've been asking for a long time. Like, hey, make these turn ones go a little like not as crazy and more down to earth. The real game with Ryzel starts after you've made your board. For some other Yu-Gi-Oh decks, especially in 2024, the game is building your turn one board. And with Ryzel, it's like, well, you have a lot of ways to get to a relatively simple end board in relatively few steps. And yes, it does play well into hand traps, but the game doesn't end when the Ryzel field is established. The game begins once the player going second picks up the card for turn and then plays into that field, because playing into that field is actually possible. There's a lot of game to be played after the Ryzel player has made their board.
it isn't super surprising. The only people you have seen defend Malice have been the people who play it. Yeah, I wonder how many of the people in my comments who were very like defensive with me or like snappy with me are Malice players, and how many are approaching it objectively as not a Malice player, because you don't see that. Like, you don't have people respond with saying I play this. Occasionally you do, but majority just say their opinions, whether it's aggressive or not.
And I think that's a good thing for Yu-Gi-Oh overall, because A, it offers people an easier way to get into the game, because if you're going to play one of those crazy combo decks as a new player, you're going to like struggle and not even really assemble any sort of board. It's not something that happens with Ryzel. You can pick up Ryzel and play it decently well after looking into the cards for a little bit. But when it gets really interesting is like, how do you use your interactions perfectly, and what, and so on and so forth. Like, it's actually a very interactive deck if you look past the first turn. Abyss Dweller
was bad for the game and shouldn't have been created. Thoughts? I'm just trying to create a war. I've talked about this hundreds of times and it's not related to the video, so I'm not going to go over it. Like, that's just bait.
Is a toxic card. You guys are mentioning Abyss Dweller right now. However, the way I feel about Abyss Dweller in this current format is that I agree with you. Abyss Dweller is toxic. In this current format, though, it doesn't happen super often because there's not that many decks that straight up just die to Dweller.
This will happen more though with Mitsurugi cards, because it obviously matters versus like the Mitsurugi cards way more, and then there's still Fiendsmith stuff it hits. It hits Twins the Eclipse more, Aggregator, and then if Mermail's ever played, Dweller does make a huge difference. Dweller is a problem. I didn't really address that much though, because that wasn't a too much of like the issue. But yeah, I don't know. Dweller, I wanted to talk about Malice in this video, but I don't want to talk about every single issue that exists within Yu-Gi-Oh. Dweller obviously is not great.
Dweller. It's not like you can play against Malice or other Ryzel decks, even if it's Ryzel with some Fiendsmith cards. Like, Dweller is a good card against that, but Dweller doesn't auto-win any of those games. It's not like a terrible player can just summon Dweller and win against everyone in this format. There's like very few decks that straight up like can't play under Dweller, and like meta-relevant ones. Of course, some do. 100%, and Dweller probably should be banned, but I wouldn't say that Dweller is like actively ruining this format right now. Yeah. That being said, I think the current format is fine. And I'm using the word fine maybe because I think one of the main reasons why I like the current format is because of, let's say, what we've been through in 2024. It's not a perfect format. It's also, maybe in the grand scheme of things, if you compare it to all other Yu-Gi-Oh formats in the past, maybe it's not even among like the really good ones, right? Maybe it's not like...
That's my point. Everyone is just reacting to this coming off of the pain of the last formats. Not looking at it objectively. Objectively, the format's better than it was before, but I don't think it is some really good format. And people are talking about it like this is a really good format, Rin. And I'm like, it's better, but it still has some problems. And I don't want Konami to think that this is okay, right? Like, I think it's important to address when there are problems that Konami knows that if there was improvement, there still is more improvement to make.
Like, maybe it's not insane, and will go down in the history as one of the most fun retro formats or anything like that. But it's, for me, it feels so much better than it used to be with Snake Eye, Yubel, and Tenpai, that like I just can't help but like it because of what we've done, like what we've had before it. And at the end of the day, I never expected Yu-Gi-Oh to basically recover from like Snake Eye, Yubel, and Tenpai formats in just like one snap, right? Like for like one set release, one ban list, and we're completely healed, quote unquote, right? Like the play patterns that have been established throughout 2024, I think it's going to take some time for the game to go back to a different state, or not even go back, but
Josh not beating the Konami employee allegations. I mean, he does have more of an obligation to actually like dick ride, for lack of a better word. But he can't really be saying anything wild about Konami because it's kind of his responsibility. But I mean, you can say it wouldn't have taken a that much to make it a format that's healthier. But if Malice just didn't exist, which is the kind of point I was saying, we might already be there. Yes, that would leave Ryzel in an almost tier 0 position. However, there are counters. I think Goblin Biker does good against it, for example. But I don't know. This one is worse because I wouldn't mind the tier 0. I've been open about this before. Whether it's tier 0 or tier 1 or diverse format is not what's important to me. It's whether I think the decks are fair or fun. Other people don't agree, and overhealth in the game can get a bit worse with tier 0 formats. But I think that would have segued into a more diverse format afterwards as a way to approach it. Where you use Ryzel as the segue to break up the format being shift. Because that's what it kind of was before, right? Where the adventure, all the piles and stuff, it was not a good format. The way breaking it up was power creeping it with tier and sprites. And then you get tier, and it was a tier 0 format. But after tier 0 dies, it's able to split up and branch out into different things. Because you're kind of just resetting things by putting in a new, more powerful deck with power creep. But yeah, you could argue that it would have been dangerous to make it tier 0. Although I don't even know if it would have been that bad. That's something to be seen, or not to be seen, but something that could have been a neat like thought experiment. But we'll never know. Gabonga best deck. I think Goblin Bikers would have been a fine option. Yeah, if Ryzel was there and Malice wasn't. Goblin Biker still is okay right now. I think. I don't think it's a bad deck, but it definitely feels worse than Ryzel. I'm not gonna take that away. Yeah, and if you can just dictate more cards in your deck to beat Ryzel, it's just fine. With tier immediately at cash, so there's that. Yeah, and you know what? If they didn't bring cash, the format would have been so much better probably. But like cash was made as a direct like threat to tier, but then they banned tier, which is kind of random. Yeah, whatever.
just like go in some sort of other, like take another direction, right? Like it's going to take some work in card design, in balancing, in ban list and stuff like that to make Yu-Gi-Oh go back to something that feels more interactive and less about just building the craziest board you can on turn one. And so the way I see this format right now is I see it as a step in the right direction. We're not there yet. I just want to make that clear. I don't think we're there yet. What we're experiencing right now is not peak Yu-Gi-Oh how it should be. There's still flaws in this format. And that's true. And I guess that is something we're going to talk about in today's in this video.
It's a lot of fun to play against, and if all I was playing were a bunch of Ryzel variants and mirrors, I'd be content for a little bit. No, where my problem comes from in this format is with Malice. See, now Malice feels to me like Snake Eyes or any of the fire decks.
I mean, it's not much of a surprise because I've seen the thumbnail and I have echoed this. I've said this in the past, like when I looked at crossover breaker archetypes, I was like, hey, I'm not worried about Ryzel at all, but this Malice deck, when you're going second against it, it's rough.
From the past, it's a combo deck that is too strong when it goes first, and honestly, it's almost unlike Snake Eye, it's not that strong going second, and it leaves a couple big issues in the format. My biggest problem with this deck is when it goes first. When it goes first...
But is it like super oppressive? It isn't, but once again, I don't think a deck being oppressive is the only thing that can make it like
But also, what does it mean by oppressive? Like, this is the thing that like is weird with these discussions. What does it mean to be oppressive? It's always leaves subjectivity in there, and you want to use more concrete terms. I know I may not be the best at this either. Oppressive equals tier 0. But this is just more nonsense. This is where people like are so stupid. Stop saying a format is good or bad because it's either tier 0, tier 1, or diverse. That is not the makings of what is a good format. If you can't play going second versus a deck, that is not fun. Wind is not playable in the meta right now. But as you just saw, did I have fucking fun playing against Winda in Master Duel? No. That was not a fun match. It was very frustrating. I got Winda Caligud and I couldn't play. That was not fun. That shouldn't... Ideally in Yu-Gi-Oh! That wouldn't exist if I were creating it. Like, that is not peak Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's not oppressive by the sense of it. It's like tier 0. Wouldn't oppressive be doesn't let your opponent play? I mean, exactly. It's subjective. If that's the definition of it, then Malice can feel pretty oppressive. I think there is not much you can do to Malice going second. How are you dealing with the multiple banishes, the graveyard rip, and they can even, and then the Daciverse negate? Like, it is a negate, multi-banish, anti-graveyard with hand traps and other non-engine still. And then depending on their extension level, they also have IP, right? That's Snake Eyes wasn't like crazy either. Snake Eyes was Flamebird, IP, Apo, Princess. That really is only 3 different interruptions: Apo, IP, and Princess. However, that's SP Banish 1, SP Banish 2, 3 negates with Apo, and a Princess removal, and good follow-up. That is very similar to Malice. When you have, is it Cryptor's Banish or Red Ransom Banish? One of those banish, the NTP Banish, White Rabbit Graveyard Rip, negate off Daciverse, right? And then potentially another negate off of Terahertz, or removal off of Terahertz. And then good follow-up in the same way. That's very similar. Not the exact same thing, because the deck isn't literally Snake Eyes, but it isn't that much different. People don't see it as being as bad purely because it's new different, but that's what I'm trying to convey to people, and I get pushback from people, and it's like, what?
Annoying or bad for the game. And once again, I want to emphasize, the reason why I also don't feel as strongly about Malice is because I do think also Malice, in regards to a combo deck, right, is less problematic than something like Snake Eye or Yubel. I think the Malice, even though it makes a very strong layered end board, it is not as strong as a Snake Eye end board. It is not as resilient to certain hand traps or board breakers, depending on which ones.
I'd argue it is more resilient to hand traps. And breakers barely do anything. You need very specialized breakers that deal with Malice, and yes, you can side those in, but like, it makes game 1 pretty much unwinnable, and then you have to just hope that game 2 and 3 you draw side deck cards. Disagree with what point? There are no breakers that work into Malice. Yeah, even then, they don't fully work. It's like half-ass breakers. And by nature of Daciverse existing, their breakers are automatically also higher, like, risk into Malice, right? Yes, you can use hand traps to prevent Daciverse, but then they have everything else. And the hand traps trade poorly. But yeah.
You know, like, sometimes it does feel like, going second against Malice, you can't really win the game, but it still is a step in the right direction, right? Like, facing down a full Yubel board is still, that's a different level than facing down a Malice board. So the way I look at Malice is like, is this what I want combo decks to be like? Not really. I don't think we're quite there yet. I still think that deck is a little bit too powerful and too hard to stop unless you're drawing very, very specific answers to it, right? Like, you have to draw very specific answers to Malice or get very lucky. Like, your Malice opponent either has to like break, or like you have to get very lucky that one infinite impermanence saves you from getting just completely.
Yeah, and that's pretty much banking them having no extenders.
If you use any of those one impermanence or something like that, if they have one extender, it completely invalidates it, right? It's like, if you
it's slightly more breakable than Yubel. Its end board is Cancer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I think it is relative to Snake Eyes. Like, Snake Eyes board is also not as good as Yubel. That's something you have to understand, right? Comparing to Snake Eyes to Yubel, you'd have the same argument. Snake Eyes is fine because it's not as bad as Yubel. No! That's not the argument I'd make. How does Malice deal with Nib? Nib by itself should not be beating Malice if they play properly. Once Malice gets to a Link 5, not a Link 5, Link 3, Nib is not that big of a deal. Snake Eyes was the exact same. If you know how to play that deck, Nib is not that big of a deal. However, in game states where multiple hand traps exist, or in complex game states, Nib is very good. That's why we play Nib in Snake Eye. It's the same against Malice. By itself, Nib is not reliable versus Malice, but in conjunction with other cards, it's good. As well as in games where you go first, or in more complicated game states where they drew awkwardly, it's good. So, that's the exact same as Snake Eye. That's my point. These arguments were all true with Snake Eye. Snake Eye was not the most cancerous deck in the world. Snake Eye was not without any good qualities, but it still had an abundance of problems, and I'm saying those problems still exist with Malice. The correlations are there a lot.
Imperm a Dormouse. If you
Imperm on Dormouse feels like imperming Snake Eye Ash. Sometimes they pass. Sometimes it does nothing.
Imperm Dormouse or White Rabbit or whatever, and it works, and they don't have the trap card to dodge it, if they then link it off and summon like a Bestial, it feels like you haven't achieved anything. It feels like you've just thrown your infinite impermanence into the graveyard. You're now playing with 4 cards, and your opponent is going to have the exact same board. It's very much comparable to normal summon Snake Eye Ash, Imperm, well, specialty a Bellstar.
Or activate Bonfire.
What are we
Same
asking
thing.
combo decks to lose to 1 interaction going first? No, but we're asking basically, if I had to, if the way I would phrase it is I think Malice is lacking realistic choke points.
Yeah.
Because
like if you could build boards that are weaker but still comprehensive after hand traps, that'd be fine. Like in Thunder Dragon, if I got hand trapped at a point, that would mean okay, I can't end on Hermetic Seal. Like my board becomes worse because of the hand trap. I want to be able to play through the hand traps and have the ability to make flexible plays and adjust as I go, but it has to come at the cost of something. If the end board stays the same because an extender just means the board, nothing changes, that becomes a problem, right? So like if Ash getting impermed meant that now I couldn't access Flamebird if I had more extenders, the deck would be a lot more meaningful. And that may be too harsh, but that's kind of the point. Pre-watched? It's my video. What the fuck do you mean pre-watched?
let's look at the example I mentioned earlier where you imperm the Dormouse and they have an extender and it feels like the imperm didn't do anything. You can't really hold that imperm for a later point in the combo because at some point Malice is gonna they're gonna very quickly, if you let them play, set some of their trap cards, which almost in completely.
You know what also is like conveniently really annoying? If you imperm terahertz, they just use it again on your turn. Like, because the other thing that you could kind of think of, and what you could at least do with Snake Eyes, and this one's not as bad, but you imperm, if you don't want to use the imperm in the regards to prevent them from playing, because you don't have enough imperm, you have a hands that is mostly breakers or a lot of engine, you can hold the imperm Appaloosa. You cannot imperm terahertz because they just send another Daceverm. It's but then you also can't imperm Cryptor, which is super stupid, but that's whatever. Obviously neither of those cards are as good as Appaloosa, so thank God you can imperm Appaloosa because that card was insane. But yeah,
it invalidates your imperm later, right? Like if your opponent sets one of the trap cards and knows how to play Malice, they just don't have to play into your imperm at all anymore. Basically the only thing that you're left with is holding imperm for something like terahertz or something like that if you really wanted to, right?
Terrible.
But that's also very inconsequential. Like because terahertz is a quick effect and does their thing on both turns, you're like negating half of one of their monsters' effects at the end of the combo where they've created like 7 cards or something, right? And so I think the essentially the way you want it to be is for a deck to have a way to be resilient to hand traps, but still feel like the hand trap achieves something, right? Or like any sort of.
Right, so like imperm versus duo drive, right? Because you can imperm like the ice or the X Rizal and hope your opponent bricks, but it's more realistic and more measured to imperm the duo drive because that's a choke point. They can play past that, but it means their end field is going to be weaker, and that's important because now you don't have to just imperm the Ice Risal and hope they pass. Because otherwise that would have been a problem, right? That would have been the way to approach it otherwise.
Interaction really, because it's not only hand traps, it's also other kind of cards like board breakers, and it's like basically very common non-engine cards feel very inconsequential against Malice, because once again with the hand traps you're kind of gambling and you're just hoping that they don't play at all. Because
why wasn't the most recent DC Cup of Math Mech full of Math Mech lists if Unlimited Circular is so good? Where anywhere here did anybody talk about Circular? What? Okay.
If they do play, you're not winning. But if you don't play hand traps, instead you rely on your own engine or other non-engine pieces, the Malice deck makes a board that you are not breaking, right? Like if you just don't interrupt them at all because that's too shaky or too gambly and they don't have a stroke point, you're not beating that end board. Right? You're not really beating that end board. And that can be frustrating to play against, especially going second.
It's one card combos, which we've discussed for the last year, how as a player base we want to stray away from. They're not enjoyable. Something Dormouse, Activating Mouse.
I still have a hard time, like one card combos is a topic that is, I feel like on the one hand very controversial, on the other hand I don't feel like it's that controversial. I think if you narrow it down, like I do think one card combos are in some ways healthy for Yu-Gi-Oh because they make decks consistent, and I do think consistency is good. But I do think we can all agree, or at least the majority of the people I've talked to, and the vibe I'm getting from my chat is that like one card combos should have a limit to how much they do. I think whenever a deck exists that just wins the game off of the back of just resolving one card combos, and its end board just becomes very, very powerful because they just activated one card, that's a little bit too much. And I definitely still think Malice falls into that category. Like Malice falls into that category because their end board just isn't really beatable. Even if it is, I mean, the chance of you beating a Malice deck going second with a normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck, if they resolved their combo, is like maybe like 5% higher than versus like Snake Eye or something.
Nice.
Which means it's a little bit of a better design than Snake Eye, but not that much better.
Underground White Rabbit, don't love dealing with it, and uninterrupted, it is far more threatening than a Rizal one card combo, as well as it's not met with a single choke point as easily unless you stop the literal first thing, which of course then makes it easier to extend past, much like Snake Eyes. And then the problems get further exacerbated when we look at the deck when it has an extender.
Are there any positives about Malice? I think once again this is subjective, because I can definitely see why playing Malice is fun. Malice seems like a fun deck to play. I do agree with that, right? Right now I'm talking from the perspective of someone who's preparing for a tournament, and at that point I think about, hey, what does Malice do to the game as a whole in its existence? Like, because this doesn't really change even if I'm playing Malice myself. If I'm playing Malice myself, I'm still really scared of the mirror match. Why do you hate Malice less than other decks? What's the difference? Because we are, once again, we're doing this thing where we're treating these decks like we're the same thing we talked about on Monday with that hexagon scheme thingy, where you look at stuff like this deck has grind game or it doesn't have grind game or whatever. Snake Eyes and Malice, of course I'm simplifying when I say like when they go first and resolve their combo, they win, right? Like the chance that a Snake Eye deck wins when it resolves its combo, or was in 2024, for the most part, it was like, I'd say like 90%, 95%. And most of the time, unironically, if your opponent started to combo with Snake Eyes and you look at your hand, unless your hand was completely insane, you might as well just scoop it up.
Yep, I just heard a bit, yeah.
With Malice, the odds that it wins going first are not like 90+%. There are scenarios where with really good hands,
I think it is. I think it is similar.
It's not as, it doesn't feel as impossible as it does with.
It is only dragged down by cards like Lancia, so I think it is.
Hey guys, and one example for this is actually a match I had against Malice at the regional I played on Saturday, where I looked at my hand and it was a good hand. It was like Engraver, Talents, a Bestial, a Ryziel normal summon, I think it was Bonfire, an Ash Blossom, and something like that, right? And so like I played against Malice, I went second, I used my Ash Blossom, they had an extender, so it felt like the Ash Blossom did nothing, but I didn't feel like I had to immediately surrender, because like my hand was solid, right? And so
you probably still lost the game.
Built their board, I drew my card for a turn, I tried to play into it. The problem is like I end up, even with a very good hand like that, it ended up feeling like I didn't even get close to winning.
Yeah.
Even though it was like worth a try.
So that's no, but it's not worth a try. That's the point. You just haven't played enough Malice to understand the game was already over. That didn't help your argument. That supported my argument. I don't.
You know what I mean? If that hand happened against Bell, I'm not even watching their turn. I'm not bothering. I'm going game 2, right? So that's the difference. Even though against the Malice player I still ended up losing, I felt like there was more of a game to be played. Like I actually
That is copium. What the fuck? Anyways,
felt like, hey, it's worth it to try, because maybe if they mess up a little bit, then I have a chance of winning with a good hand.
same as the other decks. I would also not scoop game 1 if they were playing at a proper pace, because you wanted to see how they combo for the next games. You wanted to see if they made mistakes which you could exploit in future games or even that game. Like, yeah, that's the same with Snake Eye and Bell. I didn't auto concede if I thought there was a chance for them to mess up, which is a lot of the time. That's the same. Yeah, that's true about Malice, but you're not really helping your case here.
Hand, which ended up not happening. I still ended up losing because they ended up also using their interruptions well. But against Bell, I'm literally sitting there and I'm like, there's no point. Like, they can't mess up that badly with a deck this broken that I even have a remote chance with my hand right now. So in my head, there is a slight difference between those two decks. Was that understandable? I'm trying to get this across because, yeah, it feels more beatable, even though I think if you look at the raw statistics, it's not really more beatable, maybe by a couple of percentages, which is why it is a step in the right direction. That's why I'm not feeling so negative about it as I do about Snake Eye and Bell. It is a step in the right direction. It's not the solution. It's not where I want combo decks to be. But it's much better, I think. It is much better.
I don't think it's much better.
And
I think it is very, very slightly better, but it's not better.
It goes second. Malice is not as good as at breaking boards as
Ray, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, on this topic,
as Bell was or Snake.
That's worse. If a deck is at least playable going second as well, then it becomes a good deck that's worth playing. Yes, Malice would be maybe tier 0 if that happened, but at least that feels equal playing field. But when something is unplayable going second and broken going first, it feels like a coin toss. There's a reason people hate the pendulum slop decks, because it's entirely on the coin toss. I don't want that to be a deck. I'd rather the deck be playable going second, and then you have a well-rounded deck, even if it was overall more powerful.
Snake Eye. The Malice deck, and that is something that is quite cool about it, because Malice is mostly link 3s. The Malice deck does have to put up like a bunch of bodies before it can do any meaningful things.
Pre-watch. This is pre-watch. This is literally what I'm about to get into here. This crazy.
Which is something that most decks can prevent going first. Like cards that just like destroy a card on the field or banish a card on the field or set a card face down or something like that are pretty good against Malice. Like those are things where you can actually let them cook a little bit and then pop 1 or 2 of their link materials, and then the deck actually struggles to push past that. The problem is when you go second, you don't have that sort of interaction. We don't have those sort of cards.
So say you have Hornetrones, Engage, a Caster Unicorn, or a Bestial. Essentially a way that generates 2 extra bodies, because then you get to go into cards like Haggard Lizardos or SP, and then build up into link 3s. And if you've played against Malice, you'll know that having second hand trap or the second extender doesn't do anything.
Yes.
It's like when you played against Fiendsmith Snake Eyes,
yep.
You could imperm the Witch after you imperm the Snake Eye Ash. Now you lose to the Fiendsmith cards.
That is a very, very, very problematic thing in combo decks, is when 2 cards beat 2 hand traps. That is something that is very, very unhealthy, I think, because that's the one where you either have 3 or 4 hand traps or you're not doing anything.
Yeah, that's stupid. Hand trap or their second card, which can make going second feel impossible. You have to build your deck with an enormous amount of hand traps to win going second. And it favors almost going second in these formats. That's what I did in Snake Eye for a bit, because I built a deck with like 30 hand traps, like 12 engine cards. But it's frustrating because it leaves little agency to the player. There's not much decision making to be made. It's just not something that I enjoy. And these are rehashing the same arguments we've had in the last year. And that way Malice feels like playing against Snake Eye Fiendsmith, which I'm sick of. And I'm sure you guys...
Even though I wouldn't put it as drastically, I do understand where he's coming from, and I don't think he's wrong. I feel about it a little bit more positive than against Snake Eye. I would not say...
Literally everything you're saying can be applied to the Master Duel Corn format. This is, yeah, No one said this was a good Master Duel format. This is probably the worst Master Duel format we've had in a while. There's just not events, though. People were very vocal about not liking the Tenpai DC Cup. I don't think it was wrong. I didn't say they were wrong. The format, yeah, Tenpai breeds a go first format. Or play Tenpai. Master Duel is typically been a better format. But right now is definitely not.
Malice feels like Snake Eye, but it has a lot of similarities that I don't appreciate.
Are as well, but I think it's honestly a bit worse than that as well, because Malice is actually kind of shit. When it goes second, the deck is not very good at playing through disruption.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I agree with this. I don't see a reason to actually play Malice, even though it's not shit. All right, it's a good deck, but when Ryzeal is in the format,
it's hyperbole,
I
obviously.
don't see an appeal to play Malice, because like the deck is not.
I'm sure I upset a lot of people by saying that.
Not good going second. There's cards like Lancia out there that completely destroy the Malice engine and stuff like that. I don't see an appeal to playing Malice. I don't understand why you would do that. Like, why would you play a deck that's dependent on the dice roll when there's other decks that don't? And so on and so forth. But that's a different topic.
It needs to bridge together 3 bodies in order to make something meaningful. The tier format was not bad. It was just hard. Like, it was skillful. The other 3 formats you suggested are pretty bad. Yeah. Launch, Hulk, and I didn't play the Hulk format, I guess. I took a break. I didn't really play Master Duel from launch until tier. But tier format was fine. It was just one deck and you had to be good at it. Which I understand is a tier problem, but at least it was skillful. So unlike Fiendsmith cards in the Snake Eye deck, or Flamebird, which required a 2-body commitment, you need 3. And that means removal is way more effective versus deck. And when it plays going second, Malice has to rely on non-engine to make that distance up. Where Snake Eye didn't often need to do that, especially if it's rogue decks. However, with removal just not existing as a hand trap form, when you go second against Malice, it may as well be Snake Eye. And
I just don't like the playstyle of Fiendsmith Ryzeal. That's fair. And when I say I don't understand it, it's because I'm looking at it through the lens of just competitively speaking, right? Like when I go to a tournament, I'm trying to pick the deck that gives me like good odds of performing well. I don't think Malice offers you better percentages than Ryzeal, not because it's like an inherently worse deck, but because of like a lot of outside factors like dice rolls, like Lancias and stuff like that. Like just a lot of factors that you, no matter how good you are, you can't really control those factors. And so those are the kind of decks that I tend to stay away from if there's other options in the game, because that's what I value. In
Met, Tier, and Runic are boring. You say this as I, the tier player, is on screen, watching Josh, the Runic player. You gotta know who you're watching, bro. But obviously, I'm not engaging with deck boring, deck fun, because that aspect is subjective and will change player to player, which is why I don't like using that as a parameter for healthiness. I understand, though, the biggest problem with Tier 0 formats from a overall game health perspective is not giving people options to play a deck they find boring or not boring. That becomes frustrating, even if the play patterns are healthy for competitive players. So I that's like the only real problem with Tier 0 formats. But otherwise, if a Tier 0 format is healthy, then I like it. But people exaggerate and say tier is bad because it didn't offer them the chance to play something else, which is a recognized issue, and why I think that when there are Tier 0 formats, they need to be short. But I overall don't dislike them intrinsically. Like, I wouldn't mind extended Tier 0 formats, but obviously I care about the health of the game as well. And I understand the limiting options for players wanting to have fun more is a problem.
Your case, if you're valuing, hey, I'm having more fun playing the Malice deck because when I actually do get to do my combo, I think it's more fun than playing Ryzeal, that's fair enough. But then you're just valuing other things than what I'm valuing right now when I'm like preparing for a tournament. You know what I mean? It's not like you're not wrong. Well, like no one's wrong if they say I'm playing this deck because I enjoy it more, right? But like it just depends what you're trying to do or trying to achieve.
Doesn't Tier 0 also tend to price out a lot of people playing a deck that can win? Nope. Depends on the format, but Tier wasn't even that bad. It obviously could have been better, but it wasn't that bad compared to what it has been. Snake Eye was fucking horrible. That was really expensive. But Tier was not as bad. As well as Tier, at least the money card, Planet, while very good, you could play with less copies, and your deck would still function. And that was the only expensive card in the deck. So it actually wasn't that bad.
When you're entering a tournament.
This is overall kind of very frustrating because it feels like when I play versus Malice, it's a lot of the time a coin flip.
It's also a valid pick. It's valid to pick another deck if you think you're not experienced enough to beat experienced player in the Fiendsmith Mirror. Yeah, funnily enough, the thing I just said about like, oh, the deck like being very dice roll reliant or reliant on getting Lanciat or not getting Lanciat. For some people, that can also, that might as well just be a positive, right? Like if you're not as experienced or you don't have time to practice or whatever like that, like playing those sort of decks that just win when they go first can be a help to you. And I don't mean that in any negative sort of way. They could give you better odds.
Yeah, it's being realistic with your skill set.
Really,
that is an important part of learning, is understanding where you are. But then the next part of getting better is saying, even if I don't do as well this event because I'm picking deck that's harder, if it is overall better for learning, then that's what I should be looking for. Just a prank. Thanks so much for the resub. I appreciate it very much. Reacting to Josh reacting to your video. We are doing that. That's why there's two of me on the screen. Double Jessies.
Get crazy good at a format, right? So like, what is something that sometimes like it turns me off when I look at a deck and I don't want to play it because it's so dice roll dependent. To other people, it could be an advantage because they'll be like, hey, at least half the time I'm gonna have an easier time with this deck. I'm not really prepared yet or whatever, right? So like that is it, once again, very subjective on how you like what you expect from the tournament, what you're trying to do, and what your position is.
Where I have no control over the match. And at first I thought, okay, historically Yu-Gi-Oh players have avoided these type of decks because they're not fun, and they're really not that good. But for some,
I don't think this is true. I think this stems from a point that I very much resonate with, where they're not fun is not true entirely for these decks. This is something that Jesse experiences because these decks are frustrating for Jesse to play against.
Yeah, this is subjective, and it goes with the word fun.
The plant player that I lost to at round 7 at my last regionals because they just rolled a higher number than me, I'm pretty sure they had fun while I was watching their movie in game 1 and game 3. I'm pretty sure they had a good time. You know what I mean? These sort of things are only true for one of the two players involved, right? And that's this is the thing.
Like you have the people saying Smart Jess is getting hate, like, okay. But so the reason why these decks haven't been as popular before is these decks often have a big price tag, which gets people to not play them. But then also, if they're not good going second, people don't have fun when they can't play half of their games because they're going second, or they don't have fun when they get Lanciate. The reason to assume Malice is not fun is not because when you get to play it, it's not fun. It's because half the time you don't get to play. Not being able to play is not fun. This is where this whole discussion kind of stems from. That was the problem. We're only 5 minutes in. No, we're 27 minutes into Josh's video. Josh is only 5 minutes into my video.
That's hard to grasp, I suppose, or hard to find like a, what's it called? It's hard to reach an agreement on whether this sort of stuff should exist or not, because when I'm saying I don't find it fun, what I mean is I don't like it when I'm playing against it. But arguably the other person that is doing those things, that is playing through your hand traps like it's nothing, or makes a board and just you just pack up your stuff and leave because you can't beat their board, I'm sure they're having some sort of fun. And that's where I think that's where the debates should start, is like, is it possible to have decks in the game that provide a fun experience for both players? Because I would say, on the one hand, I would say maybe it's unrealistic to say, hey, everything needs to be fun for both players, because hey, it's a two-player game. Someone is winning.
Why is that unrealistic? Why is it unrealistic to assume that a two-player game has to be fun for both players? What?
By default is going to have less fun than the opponent, so maybe it's natural. On the other hand, I do feel like there are decks that even when you play against them, and even if you lose to them, you have more fun than others.
Yeah. Labyrinth, Sky Striker, Solomon Greats, mid-range decks, right? Like, I had fun playing against them, playing with and against. It's the Yu-Gi-Oh player mindset.
Once again,
Vanquish Soul. Yep, another good one. Yep.
This is subjective, but I don't have as much fun if I'm just getting comboed into the ground. I'm looking at my hand and I can't play a card, or it's not worth playing a card because they've got so many interruptions and they've also played through like 1 or 2 of my hand traps or whatever. I don't think that's a very fun experience. There's other decks, like if I'm losing a game against, I'm going to use another popular deck at the moment. If I'm losing a game against Ryziel, chances are that game was not decided because my opponent made a board and I just looked at my hand and packed it up. That has never happened for me when I played against Ryziel. Every time I played against Ryziel, it was worth to start playing, see how they're going to use their cards, see what kind of cards they maybe have left in hand, see if they have follow-up, those kind of things, right? Like, it was a more fun experience, even if it turned out they had a winning hand at the end of the day, or like they top deck follow up and that's why they won. Whatever. Like I think it's possible to have decks that are more fun even for the player that's playing against it than these sort of decks. But like I said earlier, I do think Malice is a little bit more fun to play against than Duel, for example, because like I said, the Malice board sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes the Malice board makes me want to try and see if I can break it. The Duel board doesn't. The Duel board really didn't do that. You just looked at your hand and almost no matter what your hand was, you would just pack it up and go next. Against Malice, sometimes you want to try and see if it's possible, even though it turns out most of the time it's not.
At least in Toronto, there's a shit ton of Malice, and I'm really not enjoying it. I just want to play against Ryzel and other like fair decks. I love the Fiendsmith engine. I know it priced people out, and that's an entire other issue, but the Fiendsmith play patterns I enjoy. However, I'm playing against Malice, and I'm just getting FTK essentially every game, and that's why I said I want to delete Cybers. And yeah, I'm taking my hate out on Cybers too much, because in reality, I love Salad. I don't love Salad, but I think Salad and Marincess like.
I want to clarify something, and I know it's not going to change much because it's already gotten so much of a meme. But I don't hate Cybers for the sake of Cybers. I just, there's certain play patterns I don't like in Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's hyperbole and exaggeration because it's funny in a meme. And then of course people get mad, but like, yeah, these decks are fine, but I'll let him explain his opinion too. I'm sure it's the same thing. He has decks he doesn't like. I don't even hate Mathmech as much as Josh. I think Mathmech is a dumb deck, but, and I don't like it either, but not as much as Josh hates it.
And Cybers just happens to have spawned a bunch of decks that have that play pattern. In reality, it's only really Mathmech and all those decks that just abuse Link Decoder and Splash Mage, because those cards are just kind of designed to do that sort of thing where your board is much stronger than it should be, because you're turning 2 monsters into a Link 5 out for no reason or something like that, which is not that fun.
Do you like Pearly? I say it's a bit above average for me. I don't hate Pearly. It's never been a deck I really played much though, or super enjoyed, but it's a bit hard. It's like there's a lot of small nuances to the deck that make it hard, and I never really put in time to learning it, and that stopped me from like really enjoying it, because obviously I enjoy winning as well. But I don't think Pearly's a problem.
But decks like Salamangreat and Marincess I actually quite enjoy playing against. Even I had a match against Salamangreat at my regionals. I think it was round 3. It was a super close match. I ended up winning 2-1, but all 3 games were really, really fun. Even the one I lost were fun games, and it was just all around enjoyable. So like I do think there's ways to design Yu-Gi-Oh decks that are strong going first, have even some longer combos, not crazy long, but like longer combos, and are still fun to play against. I just think we've reached a threshold in 2024 that is a little bit too crazy. And I think Malice is a step down from Yubel, but it's not enough for me personally.
Totally fine decks. The only real offenders are Mathmech and yeah, because Yubel's here, Snake Eye's here, Malice is there. It's barely a step down. Malice, but God, these are very frustrating design. And Mathmech is the same thing. If you play properly against Mathmech cannot beat removal cards. So if you go first against Mathmech with some removal, like an IP and an SP, you're gonna do nothing. They just can't do anything. And it feels like the same thing with Malice. I mean, Malice plays in specifically SP better because of the banish stuff, but it's not good. And that means I don't want to play Malice, but I really don't want to play against it either. And when you're dreading playing against the deck because of how the play, patterns are, and not because of strictly a matchup, that's a bad thing. Now, my hope is that
this is another thing that I don't know how many times people actually think about that sort of stuff, or this argument in particular. I'm not scared playing against Malice because I think there's a high chance I'm gonna lose, or like statistically I don't think Malice is a problem. I don't think Malice wins more than it should, or more than any Yu-Gi-Oh deck should, or like its win percentages or whatever are crazy high. I don't think that's the reason why or that's not why I'm afraid of playing against it. It's just like it feels like you have less control over those games because outside factors that are very, very like much down to just variance and nothing else is what decides those outcomes, right? It's like dice roll, huge factor with these decks, like almost traditionally at this point. Drawing the right hand traps or drawing certain blowout cards like Nibiru, like Lancia, like Chaos Hunter, those kind of cards. I feel like those are big red flags for why these sort of decks aren't healthy, even if their overall win rate isn't that high. Malice is not more successful than Ryzeal. No one is arguing that Malice is the best deck in Yu-Gi-Oh!
A lot of people in my comments section would not agree with that fact. Everyone is saying in my chat, yeah, but Ryzel's better. Why you keep saying Mouse better than Ryzel? I never once said that. At least Josh understood that.
Overall, and that's why it's like a problem. It's more about its play and design patterns that I do think are problematic, even though I definitely see why the deck is fun to play yourself. But I don't think that's I don't think that's a justification like on its own. Like, hey, I'm having fun when I'm stomping my opponents with Malice. Because at the end of the day, it's a two-player game, so it is hard to make both players happy when one player is losing and one player is winning. But you shouldn't just disregard 50% of the basically the two players, right? Like there should be a world where even the losing player has some fun, you know, is what I'm saying.
Darkness. It's like he was really trying to not say that there. Or I'm sure it's a new TCG name. Reflects Banish and Graveyards will give us an extra card that combats Malice going second, especially post side, to make it feel a little more comfortable. But right now, the only cards that deal with it are Lancia and Fugalas that give you any semblance of hope. Nibiru paired with some other stuff can get there, but it's still asterisk can, because depending on the extenders in the hand and the pilots, it still doesn't matter, just like Snake Eyes. So with Fugalas and Lancia, that's all we have. Because let's talk about Lancia. Lancia offers essentially no counterplay, where Fugalas at least gives some creative options. I can't imagine playing Malice partially for the reason of getting Lancia 1 in every 3 games. That has to feel awful. And maybe it's okay 1 every 3 games post side, but going to a long tournament, that sounds abysmal. You have to deal with the decks already. I'm agreeing with myself that I said it, yeah.
Deal with its issues into removal going second. Now it's Lancia 1 every 3 games go second as well. I just can't fathom this being a good deck to play. However, it's popular and it leads to a lot of non-matches. And you can watch the locals vlogs I've been playing. I built my Goblin deck for Ryzel and I played like 5 Malice in a 7-round tournament. And it led to a lot of games that are really not interesting. Either I went first and the deck didn't do well, so it still lost. Or I went second, I hand-trapped twice, did nothing, and I lost. Or I Lancia'd them and they lost in 5 seconds. And this goes back to discussions I've made before, like what I hated about Yu-Gi-Oh!, talking about how much hated Lingering Floodgates. Lancia is one of them. I talked about Lancia being one that should be banned back then, even though it was doing nothing in the format, because when a Advantage deck comes around, we have this problem. And again, it's just frustrating to play against as a Malice player. If Malice was more interactive all around, or if Lancia didn't exist, therefore making Malice better, maybe there'd be better ways going about it and the format could heal itself, but overall, ends up in a shape that I don't like. Malice is just kind of the black swan, or what is it, the ugly duckling in the group that is unhealthy, where everything else feels like it's finally in a good place, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is healing. So yeah, I hope that with another Molotov, there's kind of 9 draws going second against Malice that edge out this favorability, and I hope we're all in agreement, so we will just F this stupid Malice deck. I want to have this discussion because a lot of people are talking about how much Yu-Gi-Oh! Is improved, and while I don't want to sound like a complete Debbie Downer, I still think that Malice is a problem. We have to let Konami know that this is not okay. It's something we don't want to see, because I'm done with them. I don't want to see more of these decks. Give me more Ryzels. Let me know what you guys think, though. Overall, I agree with the sentiment. I wouldn't put it as drastic. Like, I don't feel the same hatred for Malice that I've experienced for something like Duel, for example, in 2024. Maybe that's...
To be his hate for Duel is honestly so much more than Snake Eye. I'm almost a bit surprised.
That's also just because the deck hasn't been around for that long. But I do agree that Ryzel has some problematic play patterns. And even though I do understand it's a fun deck to play, I do think it's also important to put yourself in the position of, you know, the other player in that instance. And I do think you could do better in terms of card design and game design on decks that are also more fun to play against. Because Malice, overall, grand scheme of things, it's not very fun to play against. It might be fun to play, but it's not that fun to play against. And that is because it has a lot of frustrating aspects to it that are very hard to control. And it just wins too much when it goes first. Like it is just one of those decks where if it resolves its combo, it usually wins the game, and that is something that we've been wanting to get away from. At least that's how I felt like
the Malice art alone will bring out a cohort that'll defend the cards to the end. Yeah, unfortunately, that's yeah.
Consensus was in the Yu-Gi-Oh community is that we want boards to be slightly less oppressive in the game moving forward, but maybe also just I mean that's how I feel, at least. I don't want to speak for everyone, but that's how I feel. All right, you guys are saying new card, but I have been refreshing YG organization in the other tab, and I haven't
How does this video continue on for 12 more minutes?
Seen it. I have not seen it. So as soon as it's ready, you guys can let me know. The comments are mad at Jesse, by the way. Why though? I mean, I don't know if this is going to be healthy. If we...
All right, I guess I was going to read the comments. I guess I'm going to read it with Josh. You have the opposite reaction. Rizal is one of the most miserable decks to play against that you've ever experienced. Are you hand trapping Duo Drive? If you're not playing properly, that's not my fault. Sorry that you suck. Boom, roasted. I don't know, but so what I do understand with Rizal, and this is the problem anytime there's a power creep in a format, and to me, Crossover Breakers was a clear power creep, as Snake Eye was not dead ban list wise when Crossover Breakers came out, yet it was obsolete in Anaheim. So for me, that was a power creep. When there's power creep that pushes the other rogue decks further out because they're more powerful. Now the Rizal matches and such are of course fun, or I think they're fun. I don't say of course, but I find them more enjoyable. However, when you're playing the worst decks into Rizal, it's like all the other decks first tier. Your deck is now worse comparative to the best deck. That means they'll win less. They'll feel less fun. That's an unfortunate reality of power creep. But Malice should be the exact same. If the only reason Malice doesn't seem less miserable is because Malice is a bad deck, or like is a worse deck than Rizal, and therefore you can win against Malice when you go first because Malice can't play going second very well, and that gives you the feeling of having fun because you won the die roll versus Malice. But if you only went second versus those two decks, let's see how you feel. That's the problem. Buy the new deck, nice rotation. That's how power creep works. That's an entirely different argument where we can argue power creep is a problem. But at least taking that a constant, because that's an entirely different design element, then yeah.
We go into the comments right now. People love Mel.
Some versions of Rise don't even play Duo Drive. That shit's cope. I think that shit is so cope, but yes, I've seen that.
That's crazy. I have the exact opposite reaction. Rizal is easily one of the most miserable decks to play against that I've ever experienced. It's hard for me to respond to this because I genuinely don't understand.
Without calling you bad, but you're bad. I'm obviously I want to preface this is all joking. But there is seriousness to it where if the reason you're finding it miserable is because you're not hand trapping properly, it's something you need to identify. But yeah.
Understand where it's coming from. Like I think what I'm seeing here is for one side of the argument, we're getting like Jesse's making arguments as to why he doesn't like to play against Malice. But anyone I've ever heard saying like I hate playing against Rizal, I don't see many arguments. Like people I've heard Rizal is boring, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't get it 100%. I don't really understand what people find boring about Rizal, because at the end of the day in Yu-Gi-Oh most decks these days try to do a repetitive thing on when they go first.
I do. Rizal can feel a little repetitive, and there's not much creativity in how you can sequence your plays in different ways. I can appreciate that, and that's why I partially felt Rizal might not be good for the game beforehand. Having played it more though, I don't still feel that way. Like those elements are still true, but I appreciate the other aspects of Rizal enough to not hate it. If anything, I do think it is a bit boring. It's not the most cool deck in the world. However, that's different, right? Boring or not as much fun, not as interesting. It's not the same as I don't get to play and the deck is just cancer. Like Rizal, yeah, I mean Rizal can be a problem though. But yeah. Also, the 20 people that like this and the person who commented this, for all we know, they're just playing a deck with a bad matchup with a detonator. That exists as well. But like, if you're just playing one deck, you don't refuse to switch it, then yes, every once in a while, a format comes around where the best deck just shits on you. If you don't switch decks, that's kind of on you. I mean, like that just happens.
The advantage with Rizal is it doesn't take as long. Like, how can Rizal be less boring than Malice? Both decks are doing a combo turn one that almost always tries to do the same things, end on the same things. The Rizal one is just faster. Why is that more boring? I don't. That's a genuine question, by the way. It's a genuine question that I was wondering about. Is like, why are people referring to Rizal as boring? Why is Rizal boring? Rizal has less steps than most other combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh. From what I hear, it's the fact it's too linear. I don't agree with the argument, but yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. Maybe it's because there's different people saying different things. But linearity, like a deck being linear in this case, I think is not inherently a bad thing, because
Is Rosal Fiendsmith faster than Malice? Malice doesn't take that long, to be honest. So that like complaint with Malice where it takes 400 years, that's not even really true. So I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna use that as an argument.
Because what do they mean by linear? Because if you really think about it, all of those one card combo decks are linear. If you start with one Malice card, let it be White Rabbit, let it be Malice in Underground, let it be Malice Dormouse, you're always gonna do the same thing. It is linear, and even if you add a second card to the mix, there is.
I'll argue that like Yubel is not that linear, right? Like playing Yubel involved you adapting your turn one and playing differently in your turn one depending on your hand and the hand traps and such, right? And from that metric, I think it's better. And I think Yubel is a worse example than Snake Eye for Malice. The board is worse, I'll give it that much. But yeah, isn't it every deck or most? No. Different degrees. Rysel has very little it can change about a sequence into hand traps. Very little you can change about the Rysel hands. Right? Obviously there's some element of it, no matter what, but it's a spectrum, right? Like nothing is ever totally 0 or 100 freestyle. But that's what I would mean with it being linear.
Also one specific combo you're supposed to do with those cards that everyone is doing. If people open Dormouse plus Bestial or whatever, there is one line you're supposed to do. Right? You're not gonna like change up how you do that in.
Yeah, I don't think Malice is very non-linear either. Malice is also pretty linear. So that's also why I don't like it. I want my combo decks to be non-linear. Like Tier. Like Yubel if the end boards were more manageable. Unchained, for example.
One game and then do it completely differently in the next one to have some change up in it, you know, like not be as linear. That's not how it works. That is in general, that is an inherent downside of one card combos, is that if one card leads into a string of plays, that combo line is always going to be the same because it's consisted of like guaranteed steps. If you start with Malice Dormouse, you have guaranteed access to Malice White Rabbit. Malice White Rabbit gives you guaranteed access to one of your trap cards, which gives you guaranteed access to another Malice card, which link summons a card that you have guaranteed access through in your extra deck, which then also searches you a guaranteed card. That's how one card combos work, and that always ends up being linear. It doesn't have anything to do with like with the deck that's doing it. Every deck that has one card combos, they're going to be linear because there's always going to be an optimal way to use your guaranteed options. So in this sense, I think in some ways Ryzeal is even less linear than Malice, because both are doing one card combos that are like guaranteed, right? So you always reach the same result. Ryzeal reaches it faster though, and Ryzeal, the reason why I feel like it's less linear in terms of overall gameplay is because Ryzeal reaches its end board relatively fast, passes over to the opponent, and that's when the possible gameplay starts like diverging. That's when like there's a lot of
I mean, I'm defending Ryzeal because everything besides the linear points is like I think rather healthy, but just because the deck is linear doesn't mean it's bad. I think the combo deck shouldn't be linear. if the combo deck is linear, I have a problem. But if a mid-range deck is linear, that's fine, because that's not the point of the deck is not comboing. Yeah, Ryzeal is linear. I can't imagine trying to argue otherwise. It has very few discretionary choices for turn one combos. But that's because the choices come afterwards, and there are the choices you have to make, which is the thing.
Different possibilities on what kind of hand your opponent has, how they play into your board, and where you use your pops and your maybe effect veiler or your Ryzeal plugin or your Ryzeal cross or your Fiendsmith trap card. That's where it starts becoming non-linear, is when the actual game starts, which is past turn one. The Malice end board, most of the time, the game, it doesn't immediately end when you make it, but you've done like 90% of the work you need to do to win in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is getting your Malice board together. Like making that board is the game, the majority of the game. The part where your opponent struggles to play into your shit and you feel like super superior because you've put up so many interactions that your opponent really struggles to get anything together, and then they scoop like a minute later or 2 minutes later, that's not the major part of the work you're doing. It isn't like, you know, in that sense, I don't agree that Malice is less linear than Ryzeal, because you just have like a line based on your opening hand that gets...
Malice plays itself. Ryzeal, you have to think. I don't think that's true either. What I dislike is when the deck doesn't let your opponents think. Malice, if I play against Malice, doesn't give me the chance to do anything. It doesn't let me express skill. I have no option to think. Ryzeal, I would. I would have to make choices. So the problem is not that mouse is skillless, but playing against it is skillless. Because there's no ability for me to decide how the game goes on my skill. That's the problem. Because there are plenty, like Snake Eye, believe it or not, was not skillless. If you look at who won those events, better players almost always won Snake Eye events. And better players consistently did well. It was not a skillless format. Believe it or not. However, it was not fun. And a lot of games, you had no control over what happened.
It's you to your end board, and that end board wins you the game pretty much no matter how you use it.
People were fucking up the Fire King Snake Eye lines at Worlds. My opponents at Worlds did not play that deck very well, in my opinion. And I think that's an OCG divide. I don't know if like the TCG players just figured out Snake Eye so much better than the OCG players, but it really felt like when I was playing versus the OCG players on their Snake Eye decks that I was playing people from months ago in the TCG when they were just behind. Like we hadn't learned anything yet. I was very confused. Like, I don't mean to be talking shit, but it did just feel like they were worse than the TCG players with specifically the Fire King Snake Eye deck. But like almost reverse. And when you look at branded decks, the branded players in OCGs are so much better than the branded players here. But yeah, it's weird how that happens. I don't know exactly what causes it. An entirely different discussion though.
So I don't really, it's not something I can really get behind. For me, the end board of Malice is more layered than Ryziel, so I feel Malice is more skill expression. I don't exactly understand where that's coming from. Because layers in interruption says something about quality of your end board. It doesn't say anything about how hard it is to use those layers.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, in Yu-Gi-Oh, what skill expression...
That's like base level skill. Where like, yes, if you blow your load and you mess up, then you'll lose. But you can make the same argument for any other disruption. Like, there is a small little additional layer of skill that's required, but it's really low to the ground.
Expression means is you're presented with a plethora of options, and skill expression means how much it matters, how you navigate through.
Blow your load. Have you guys never heard the saying "blow your load" before? Yeah, ha! How is that not a saying you guys have heard? Being weird about it.
Those options. If you're being presented with a you have a
it means
Malice
to come.
board.
I wasn't even trying to make a sus thing there. I wasn't even trying to be sus.
Now, in front of you, and your opponent has used like an imperm to try and stop you to get there. Hasn't been successful because your deck has extenders. And now your task is to win with that end board. Arguably, that is a lot easier than winning with a detonator. That is not the same. Layers just mean how hard it is for your opponent to actually do anything, right? So when we say a layered end board is a good thing, we mean like, hey, that's a high quality end board, and I would never argue that. The Malice end board is very high quality, right? It's good in the sense that like it's hard to beat, but that doesn't mean like, oh, it's gonna be so hard to use all these different layers correctly. Like, no, it just means if your opponent dark rulers you still have a lot of stuff left. Like, that's what layered means. Layered does not mean, oh, it's very complicated to use it. Like, at the end of the day, if I had 5 monsters next to each other that all had an Omni Negate, that wouldn't be considered very layered because one dark ruler takes it apart. But it doesn't say anything about the like how hard it would be to use the interactions that you've created. The thing is, there's also different things, because something that you're saying, Malice interaction isn't just direct negation removal. It needs a good order to make use of all those interruptions. There are positives about Malice, and that's why I don't feel as negative about it as I do about, like, let's say, Yubel, for example.
Back to Yubel. There is still a negate in Malice. It's called Daciver, and it makes breakers a lot worse. And that is a huge thing. If that didn't exist, it'd be a lot better. But it does. So, yep. It's like Apo and Snake Eye made the huge difference, because that was the only negate that Snake Eye had. However, as soon as Snake Eye became playable again, I got a negate with Sylvia, which it's just one negate, but still, one negate is fucking a lot.
Is because some of those interactions are actually pretty interesting, right? Like a banish from the graveyard, a banish from the field, whatever. Those kind of.
To be fair, everyone is cutting Terrors now, but it's a different format. When I made this, it was pre-Suda. Now with Suda, but people are going Q-Abu and Griffin. trading a negate for a floodgate is not an improvement. So let's not go there. It's not helping anybody's case.
Things are interesting things that you play into, and you're like, I wonder how my opponent is going to use that, so I can see if I can break it. Malice has interactive pieces. The problem is that it's too much. If you reach critical mass of interesting interactions, it's still not breakable, right? Like if one malice card gives you like a triple banish from the graveyard, a 2 non-target banishes from the field, a spell trap negation, follow up like crazy, so you basically have to kill that deck, otherwise it's going to do everything next turn again, all that sort of stuff. At that point, it's like, yeah, those individual things are interesting pieces that you could build an interesting deck out of, but it's just too many of those things, right? Like it's yeah, I don't know how to phrase it differently. Dragon Link is non-linear in the way that the cards do things, but once they go into the extra deck, it's always usually the same end board. The only deck I can think of that's actually non-linear is like Dark World. That's a good point. Non-linear, I don't think it's even a good way to describe Yu-Gi-Oh decks, because at the end of the day, every sort of deck.
Imagine saying non-linear and not bringing up tier. But it is different for Dragon Link, because oftentimes in Dragon Link you do actually have to make a choice. Do I want IP or Savage, Seal or Borland? You actually have to make these concessions, and depending on how you start, how you combo, how they interact, it is more non-linear because there's more decision making there to be made throughout the entire thing. Yes, some pieces remain the same, like Striker Dragon, but the majority of it doesn't. And here is not even playable. We're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Blankly. Master Duel exists.
Follow some sort of plan, and usually if a deck is consistent, it'll have like a couple of consistent ways to get to that thing, and they're all trying to be linear in that thing. Like linear is something that every deck aspires to be. Every deck is trying to be linear, except for like super
fuck that Kekalos Mill 5
outlier examples like Dark World or anything like that, or decks that like basically decks that are inherently based around random aspects like milling, like Tearlaments. But even those decks, like even Tearlaments in a way tries to be linear, because the deck is only like really good in formats where it's so consistent. Like if you play against full power Ishizu tier, like yeah, the way they get there is sometimes a little different, but the deck was so consistent and so powerful, and it had guaranteed aspects in it, right? Like your extra deck access was very consistent, because like what Tearlament name you're milling exactly is not relevant. You're always going to make the guaranteed kit close unless you get really unlucky. So it's not as linear as other decks, but it still has an aspect of like consistency to it, which ultimately makes it play. I mean, Ishizu tier games, like Ishizu Tearlament games, will after a while they will start feeling repetitive and similar. That is something that's just how it works. I don't know. It's hard to. I kind of get what you're saying with these examples, but I'm also not sure how much.
Yeah, I don't know how this argument, this discussion took a turn to the linear decks. This was never the point that was trying to be made.
The quality of the deck for the game. I don't know.
Are we done?
Ultimately, the question is that everyone needs to answer for themselves. There is no right or wrong answer to this, but should a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Be decided by an end board? Right? Which is basically the question of like, are you enjoying like the existence of these kind of like quote unquote hardcore combo decks in the game, right? And if you think that's something that should exist, then you're not going to have a problem with Malice, because that's what it does. If you do think the real game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Should start like the player going second should have a realistic chance of breaking a board and playing the game, even if they didn't disrupt the opponent or anything like that, then I think you should have an issue with Malice, because Malice does not really offer that.
Okay. So before we wrap up this aspect, or this segment, let's look at some of the comments in my video, because we really look at that many on Josh's. Yeah, so Jesse hated Sprite was okay with Rizal. We already went over this one. Popular unpopular opinion, you're not liking Fiends with this 4-mana generic engine that either baits at hand traps you can see through your main combo, or ends on extra negates. Entire engine is 1-card combos, so that's awesome. And if you happen to not draw it, just 2 bodies gets to it. Feel a slightly more interesting version of the adventure engine. So I understand it gets repetitive, and that's why, like with anything in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's like a time limit where after a bit it expires and is no longer, it needs to be cycled out. And of course, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have rotation, but it has it in the sense of power creep and ban list, even if it's not literal. So I can understand Fiendsmith getting repetitive. But as for baiting on hand traps, it shouldn't bait on hand traps that much. You have to play against it properly. What it does is gives decks grind games, which I think is always interesting. And then extra negates are minimal. It is some negates, but it's not a crazy amount. And it's trading like one card for one negate or two interruptions, which is good, but it's not nearly as insane as a Malice combo. It is a more contained one card combo. Ice Rizel is kind of ridiculous, I guess, with the Fiendsmith cards. That one is a little more nuts. But the whole thing is still a lot more vulnerable to hand traps and to timing things right. I'm not switching to dark mode. I don't know why it's such a problem. Let me actually switch over to this, but I'm not switching to dark mode. You guys are so ugh. You and your dark mode. But yeah, the two bodies into Fiendsmith is both good and bad at the same time, because for one, it's like makes that consistent, but for the other, it brings the problem that I talked about before of two hand traps not being enough into two cards because they convert into Fiendsmiths, and that's something that's like not great. However, what I like about now is instead of cards like Beatrice existing, all the Fiendsmith card does is put up a Caesar, right, or a Desiree, and that is manageable, which is why I think that it's not that big of a deal, right? Where if you use two hand traps and then all they end on is a Caesar and you have 4 cards to your hand, that's fine. You're a bit confused as to why Mouse is catching heat, but every other deck is running Fiendsmith combos if that's not the actual problem. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of Fiendsmith hate. I don't get the Fiendsmith hate. I really don't. Like, what do you not like about it? That it has grind game. The grind game isn't insta kill. It's not like Malice grind game. It's a little bit of grind game. So if they have just the Fiendsmith cards and you pass back to them and that's all they have, they're not killing you with it. Yeah, this isn't real arguments though. I mean, I guess this one is more arguments. Generic engine that baits out hand traps, but it really doesn't. You don't have to hand trap them. Or ends on extra negates. It's one negate or it's Caesar plus or Paradise. It's free nib protection before you can start your combo. Yes, it does make nib worse. That is a very real argument. But that's why, like, when Beatrice got banned and Lockman got banned, I gave the preface of, I said, Fiendsmith cards, I love them, but the only problem I have with them is Caesar and the Unchained cards you can make with the Fiendsmith stuff, because those are too powerful. I think just making Desiree is totally fine, because Desiree is incredibly vulnerable to both hand traps and to breakers. It is weak to everything. It is, and weak to Bistrals. It's weak to everything. So yeah, Caesar could be seen as a problem, and I'll reckon that much, but every other aspect of the Fiendsmith cards I have no problem with. Cybersphodia. I didn't even watch the video, probably. The really about Malice end board is it's way weaker than people think it is, aside from Ghost Ogre and the Link 2, which is a very devastating hit. They don't make the Link 2 half the time. It depends on their hand. If they the point is, yes, Ghost Ogre, if they have no extenders, that's fine. Just like Imperm or Valor is. But they have extenders. Almost always. That's the way the deck is built, and that makes sense. You just don't do anything. Your Imperm is best served stopping White Binder from setting up the follow-up trap. Not if they already have a trap face down, right? Or they go White Rabbit, set a trap, and then don't need to use it because they had an extender. All of these things are in the vacuum of your opponent either sucks or they don't have extenders. And like Snake Eyes, you can make the argument, haha, if a hand trap is good for Snake Eye. If there's no other hand trap or no other extender, then yes, but if there's other extender, then your hand trap does nothing. The SPN boards play around this, of course. Yes, thank you. But if you need to use your non-engine correctly, it becomes very stressful to stop any meta deck from running over the end board. No, this is not true. Mouse best controls despite its ability to use Shifter better than any other deck created. Okay, yeah, using Shifter as an argument is never a good sign, by the way. No one likes Shifter. It doesn't make one card combos. Sure. If we're talking about enjoyment, like you're not gonna argue with what's it called, with subjectivity, right? If you enjoy it, you're allowed to enjoy it. I'm not gonna fight back on that. To be honest, I don't really think mouse is the issue. I think the problem is rampant unchecked engines like cash, pistol, bring back the striker cards was just incorrect. Well, that was Masterful. That wasn't even TCG. But I don't know. Like, they could be a contributor, but I'm honestly, the core problem is malice, because without that, the other cards are fine. Because this doesn't really say what the problem is. I don't hate the generic engines as much, but it's part of like a preference thing, which is where it gets subjective, and it's kind of hard to argue. I enjoy generic engines for the most part, as long as they allow players to both play the game, like Bestials. I don't like Cash Tira as much because the banish face down mechanic, I think, is very uninteractive, or not uninteractive, but like almost hard to recover from. There's no, at least not right now, there's no cards that get them back, which I don't like. This is counterplay is kind of limiting. And then Fiendsmith cards, which offer a lot of different counterplay options, which is why it's not a problem, in my mind. Striker cards are the same way. So as long as they offer a lot of counterplay, then it's not a problem. And a counterplay that isn't just Floodgate, it requires thought to be used and whatever. But I understand how that level of homogeneous is like weird for some players. They don't like all the engines. That becomes more preference based, right? So I can't really refute this more properly. But I gave my reasons for why I like the engines, given they have a specific sort of design element to them, and that I think a lot of these cards do. Bestials and Fiendsmith, that's why I like them. Honestly, I have a few problems with Malice. The biggest one is the ability to play on hand traps, which is really annoying, but Dimension Shifter, yeah, Dimension Shifter is annoying, but I didn't even mention it. Can't imagine what it's like to get Lancey one over 3 games. Must feel similar to getting D-Barrier at the same rate. No, because you own a barrier going first, not when you go, or going second, not when you go first. Lancey should be banned. Yep, I mean, okay. It has way more Twomp and Snake Eyes. No, it doesn't. Your Malice opponents aren't very good. You love Malice. You don't think it's unfair, generally speaking. And that's why so many people play it. The girls are cute, bro. I mean, like, this is facepalm. Forced rotation. One card combo meta is just unhealthy for the game and not fun at all. It's a whole other argument, though, so I can't even, like, I'm not going to get into this. This format, even versus Malice or with Malice, still gives the player a lot more agency than what we had during last year. Malice might be one card combo pile, but the deck has got some obvious weaknesses, and building a Malice deck to cover for those increases their agency if done correctly. But this is what I don't like about arguments. In what way? Can you give me an example? And this, because it's a bit better doesn't mean it's good. Like, what are you doing to cover for Lancia? And if your answer for me to beat Mouse to play Lancia, then nice job. That's my whole argument. If the only counterplay to beating a deck is to play Lingering Floodgates, that's not fun to play against, then it leaves both of us not having fun. Chaos Hunter? That card sucks, though. You just get Nightmare Cerberus. The Malice board is really hard to break. Nigh on impossible in most cases to get to full board, but in Suda, 20 clips will make Rizal board super sticky too. That may be the case. I haven't really got that far yet, and so we're still testing. Obviously, after some events, we'll see, and we can reassess opinions. But unless I'm confident in my opinions or my knowledge, then I'm not going to tell you guys some lunacy of takes, right? Like I can agree or I can disagree, but in reality, I'm not educated enough to tell you, so I'm not going to. The year of fire is over, so the year of pyro shall rise. Okay, haha, very funny. I personally enjoyed the format more than the last. This is my point. It feels like both Rizal and Malice play through Lindy hand traps. Some hands die to one others. Rizal doesn't feel like that though. I think Ghost Ogre particularly gets a lot of value against Malice. When link 2s, they climb. You're playing against bad opponents. And having to banish names early on, it's bad opponents. I mean, it doesn't really count. That's crazy. You have the opposite reaction. Rizal is easily one of those miserable decks to play against you've ever experienced. Why? Playing to board and losing anyway is just a waste of everyone's time. This is the same guy from earlier. Bro, just play a better deck. So we don't like the combo deck that loses to one hand trap and are happy with the 9th maxi for $8. Yeah. Okay. I'm a flute player, and you gotta say the format is a breath of fresh air. I love matchups against Rise on Malice. It's a turn-to grind game every time where format lasts. Was did I draw 2 breakers? Enjoy this format. Is that how flute plays into these decks? It doesn't feel that's if I got to do that, I'd feel great. The problem is versus Malice, I don't feel like that happens. Maybe it's because you play Malice yourself, person you like the mirror. He's the first person I've heard say that, by the way. The board feels breakable depending on the non-engine they drew alongside it, and depending on the deck list, you can weaken the end board with hand traps. That sounds like a Rizal mirror. Not like a Malice mirror. From my perspective, you think Rizal Fiendsmith is the issue. Malice seems to be less consistent than Rizal and Fiendsmith. Malice usually requires more engine and less non-engine. Malice also isn't great pure, but needs sub-engine to be good, unlike Rizal. But people act like intrinsically needing another engine makes it good or bad. That's not what the problem should be. It's the same thing with the diverse format or tier 0 format. Therefore good, therefore bad. No. Stop judging things on arbitrary shit like that. Think, what actually makes it unenjoyable or enjoyable? The fact that engines exist is not what makes something bad or good. It's how the engines interact. That's what we need to kind of discuss. But a deck being worse, this deck is definitely better. I want to be clear, Rise of Fiendsmith is a better deck than Malice. Because yes, less consistent. But that doesn't mean it's fun or fair to play against. Jesse's bugging with this one. Just have got sacked by some Malice chat at locals. Like the fuck? I didn't even lose. Yeah, okay, nice. You never had the pleasure of going first against Malice. Game 1, somehow you never know the feeling of being able to beat them like that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it depends on your local metagame. My area of example is way more Fiends with Rizal and pure Rizal than anything. The few Malice players we have do good, but the deck isn't OP IMO. It's not OP. I didn't say it was. That's what I don't understand. You don't see how playing against Fiends with Rizal is any less frustrating than playing against Malice. The end board is almost as unbeatable as Snake High end boards. They don't interrupt them. And I mean, I responded to this one. The board is breakable and meaningful to choke points with hand traps soften the field. Rizal Fiendsmith is a very good deck, but it's 100% not the same thing. If you rip a good deck list and run some matches, you'll find the experience of playing versus 2 decks to be different. Yeah. And this went to the wrong spot. It's supposed to be for this one that I liked. Prepare for Rizal with Bishals and Astro Drive. Even the end board is not that good once you break the board like TT or Imperm, but Master can't do anything. Always after Jesse doesn't top the game is bad. It is impressive. What event? What fucking event? There was no event. Why does this have 40 likes? There was no event. I went to fucking locals. Like, what? The thing with being a YouTuber is you have to have a thick skin because you get so many dumbass comments just being mean like this all the time. You have to put up with it. We've had exactly Anaheim, and I dropped after round 1 because, and I've said this before, I did not practice. I wasn't prepared. I wanted to go play something else. I didn't even have this problem Malice back then because I hadn't played. Like, what event? By the way, I played the giant card for that event and won. So I clearly wasn't that ass. Getting Lancia 1 every 3 games has to feel awful. I mean, when the whole format has to side on a floodgate with your name on it, maybe it's time to get right with God. I mean, yeah. How is Fiendsmith fair and Malice not? You don't get it. Because 1 card combo with Fiendsmith leads to Desiree Pass or Caesar plus Paradise. 1 Malice combo is all this. And yeah. I love the Fiendsmith, the trading card game. Okay. Malice player. This ended up being so divisive this video, right? Because you have a lot of people that clearly are on my side, right, or do agree with me, but you have many who don't as well. Malice is not cheap, by the way, for this argument that Malice is cheap. Malice is not cheap at all. Malice, the only Malice issue is sheer amount of turn slip cards in the format with cards like Lancia, Shifter, and Barrier. Shifter is a Malice card. Lancia only exists because of Malice, and D-Barrier is not as bad when people play the Fiendsmith cards. This is where Fiendsmith cards help. Fiendsmith cards give you a way to circumvent Barrier and Rizal. It gives counterplay, and that's awesome. And therefore, if you remove Malice, poof, all those problems are gone. Incredible, right? Incredible. If you're looking to go first game 1, and then after Cyborg gets hurt by Lancia, didn't watch the video. People who said don't see how Malice is a problem because of Lancia did not watch the video. It's, oh my god, like, this frustrates me so much as a YouTuber. It's so frustrating as a YouTuber. People always comment these crazy things without fucking watching the video. I clearly explain, if you have to rely on floodgates as your counterplay, that's not fun either. And that is the problem. It creates an unhealthy, not fun environment. If I can be honest, if Malice didn't exist, the video would be the same tone about Rizal. It's in my best interest to be contrarian and would have had a hot take opinion regardless of the health of the format. So, you want me to level with you guys? There is an element of truth to that. My thoughts in this video are true. However, the titling, the thumbnailing, some of the word choices are meant as intentional exaggerations for clickbait, because that is content creation. As well, my Monday videos are always tier lists or like discussion videos, or almost always. And tier lists take more work for both myself and the editor. So I only do tier list videos once every second week at most. Then I needed a video for a Monday, and I posted a tier list the week before, and I'm like, what do I post? I need a discussion video. So I said, what about talking about how I don't enjoy Malice? And that's where this video came from. So not totally wrong. I needed a video, but it's also not disingenuous, right? Like, I don't post stuff that I actively don't believe in. And I try to keep exaggerations as tame as possible, right? Like when I'm speaking in hyperbole, I don't want to go too far, because then obviously it stops being the truth. But yeah, I try and keep things truthful. Balance need hit Fiendsmith. I wonder if like these are all just liked by the same people. I need Evil Craig persona. I don't know what that means. Okay. We are done with this. If you don't enjoy Ryzel, I think you're completely allowed to. And whenever this stuff comes to subjectiveness about enjoyment or finding it boring, you can't really refute that because it's that part is entirely based on you. And I guess you can argue that even when I'm talking about healthiness being subjective or objective, you can argue that that's completely subjective as well. Because if you enjoy the what I call unhealthy games of Lancia or not being able to play going second because you can't hand trap or break their board, if you enjoy that, then technically yes, that's great. But my point is trying to get you guys to see that's what Malice is, and that's what it becomes. Is do you have the floodgate, or did I win the die roll? Are the two kind of checks for Malice. And when that's what a deck boils the game down to, I think it's unhealthy. It's not, and I don't think it's fun. And I think most would agree it's not fun. But if it is deemed fun and what people are looking for, then yeah, Malice is fine. That's the big if in the equation. All right. All right, so the next react we got here today is from Team APS. Lost the midcore Yu-Gi-Oh player. This was a big one. Only a 10-minute video. How did Farfa make this into a 2-hour video? I have no idea how Farfa's discussion became 2 hours, but this should be a quick react. I have no idea what he says in this video. I've seen people talk about it on Twitter, but I didn't read into it because I wanted to react to it on my own stream. I don't even know if I have anything to say. So yeah, but obviously make sure I am subscribed. Make sure you like and subscribe to Paul as well. I'm going to post the description here. Josh made it 2 hours. Josh made my video 50 minutes. Yeah, perhaps we'll see how long I can make this. I have a feeling my discussion of this video, especially putting it like a 1.25 speed, it'll be like 25 minutes at max. I try to be concise with my points, and I don't like repeating myself. And maybe I'm not juicing the ad revenue enough, but let's just get into it.
Today, I wanted to talk about a Yu-Gi-Oh phenomenon that I have been observing a lot more in the last couple of years. It's something that I also alluded to on Twitter, but I felt like bringing it to a full discussion in a video would be a really good thing. So basically, it's the sort of loss of the mid-core Yu-Gi-Oh player. And what I mean by that is this. So competitive Yu-Gi-Oh right now actually feels like it has kind of hit a bit of a fever pitch. Like, people seem to be really enjoying, grinding the competitive YCS scene more now than ever. I see a lot of videos that are, kind of these niche, nitty-gritty, getting into the...
Reacting to Josh's perspective would be more interesting. Josh's video was fucking, like, an hour long or more. I don't want to say... Because the issue is when you react to a video, it becomes longer than the source. Because you have to watch their video and pause it and speak. And I'm not sitting here for 3 hours talking about Josh's thing again. I want to hear what Paul has to say. Then if we need to have another reaction in the future, and you really want me to look at Josh's video, we can do that. But for now, I want to hear Paul's discussion, just Paul's. And then I want to voice my opinion based on what Paul says.
The highly incredible specifics of like combo lines, where to use hand traps, things like that. And people seem to be enjoying the Malice and Ryzel format. And for the play,
it's funny. Obviously, this is a YouTube highlight. You wouldn't see this right before the Malice discussion. But on Twitch, we're reacting to this right after the Malice discussion, where we were very much angry. And if I have a bit of animosity left up in me, that's because of that. The format's definitely improved, though. I will give it that much. And I mean, it's... I don't want to give it the tone of I hate Yu-Gi-Oh, but because I'm trying to not. But still don't like Malice. Format's better, though.
players that travel to these YCS events playtest rigorously. They
can turn up the video a bit. Sure.
can afford the best cards, and that's not really an issue for them. They seem to be really enjoying competitive Yu-Gi-Oh right now, and this is good. I want to be clear that I think that this is a good thing. They're having fun with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's great. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. On the other end, you've also got a lot of people who recently have been embracing older formats. Things like GOAT and Edison format come to mind. Some people also like to play Toss or Hat format as well. But basically these older snapshot formats. And you see it a lot, especially in content creation now. A lot more people are doing, some sort of a spin the wheel, wheeled goat, wheeled Edison.
It's been around for a while though. It's popped off a lot more during COVID, the more casual stuff. I love it. That's so like I'm known as a competitive player, and I wish these videos would do better on my channel. I love sealed and more random elements Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they're still not random. It's still a lot of skill expression. And that's why I always jump at the chance to do these videos with Sam on his channel. But it's not that new. This isn't a new thing. I think that's good as well. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna let him continue. I'm not sure what the point of this is.
It's kind of expanded to include things like cubes and draft as well. And again, that's really cool. Getting to sort of take a dive back into these nostalgic old Yu-Gi-Oh times is great. There tends to be a lot of sort of popular viewership among casual and nostalgic fans there. So if you're a content creator, that's great. We did our Retro Rivals series with the Retro Pack, and that was a lot of fun. And you see a lot of content from that end of the spectrum as well. But what it feels like there isn't a lot of is a lot of interest and sort of almost maybe support for the middle, sort of the mid-core Yu-Gi-Oh player, I call it. What is the mid-core Yu-Gi-Oh player exactly? Well, basically, this is this player who, they've played Yu-Gi-Oh for a really long time. They play at locals most weeks. They've been to a few regionals, and they do want to win, but they also kind of want to win with their favorites. They get enthusiastic or excited about anime decks or just some of their favorite decks getting new support. And even if their favorite deck isn't like super duper YCS level viable, they still want to do the best they can with it. And they want to find content about that. They want to find places to play those decks. And what I'm basically finding is happening is that these players have been sort of neglected a little bit and are now migrating to other card games or just quitting Yu-Gi-Oh in some cases. So this past weekend, we went to Bandai Card.
So yes, there are a bunch of players like this. I don't know if they're quitting. And do they get neglected? So the problem with needing players like that is you can bunch them all up into one group, call them more casual players, but when you want to start like directing attention towards certain decks, certain communities, okay, the frame is not the most flattering, but it's mid-core player is characterized by having a back Pfeifenschneishit. I don't know what that means, dude. You gotta translate. But like, if we're talking about like the players who like their pet decks, right? Because it gets a bit messy. All of this gets a bit messy. And like pet deck communities, how do you make content for them? You have to make content for their subgenre and their one specific deck. But for a content creator perspective, to do that properly, you have to know the deck very well. And that's a lot of effort, a lot of time. It's not feasible. Unless their specific communities make content for themselves, which is sometimes they do, like Hero community does. But it's not that easy. I think I do more than most other players do, or other content creators, where every single Wednesday I make the Let's Make a Meta series, where I go over more fun rogue casual decks, and I try to explore them, make them as good as possible. That is the direct purpose of that series. And my viewership is good for that, compared to the rest of my channel, right? Because obviously compared to other people like DZ, for Farfor, or Sam, I have less viewers, but compared to my normal channel statistics, that series does well, right? So I don't know if I'd feel like that community is going away. Darkon Duels does it, I think. Yep, he does. He's a good one. Kira Twig as well. There's a couple of them, and oftentimes I'll use a list for inspiration because I may not know as much about a deck, and I'll look at their videos, and then I may take their ideas and revamp it, right? Sounds like a more casual form where people can play their pet decks more as what they want. But if he's talking about by still keeping up at a regionals, right? And that's what I'm trying to do. But the problem is I can't make every single deck playable all the time. Me doing it once a week for various different decks obviously means in 50 weeks, the old video I made is now obsolete by nature of how Yu-Gi-Oh! And metas progress. There's limits to what you can do because it's very, very broad of a topic. Your Busted Blader deck cooks. There are many videos on my channel that are the same thing. I think midcore isn't about specific decks, just a player who isn't as competitive or somebody not willing to spend more than 150 for a deck, but still enjoy the game, not as competitive. Yeah, exactly. Right. But if we start talking about pet decking, then, pet decker are probably like a subset of what he would call a mid-core player then. But I'm saying the pet decker specifically is hard to address in that regards. It's really hard to address. So I'm going to kind of ignore it for the rest of this because I just want to kind of set up that preface of how hard it is to appeal to those players without becoming a niche in itself. For the other players, it can be hard. But I think that's what people like me and Josh and Pack should be doing. Because competitive content only gets us so far, limited growth. And I think that we have the knowledge to be pushing casual but competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! With budget decks, with rogue decks that are still somewhat competitive. And that's really what I am trying to do. So this one feels like a bit personal to me. I'm not saying he's attacking me at all, but because this is directly what I am trying to push with my YouTube. Bad Brad Dad, thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Appreciate it very much. Why are you playing in regional as a mid-core? I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I mean, it depends what we define as a mid-core player, right? Because the whole thing is that these definitions can be arbitrary and aren't like set in stone. Go with friends to have fun. Yeah, you go to push yourself, see how well you can do. A bit of a challenge. Secret rest staples like Fu and Dominance don't help mid-core players. I haven't even gotten to the argument yet, so let me hear it out.
Card Games Fest. It's basically the nationals that they have for all the different Bandai games. That's One Piece, Union Arena, Digimon, Battle Spirits, and I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Dragon Ball, Super Fusion World. And so basically, like a lot of the people that we met there were really big fans, and that was cool. And they would oftentimes tell us, you know, hey, I'm a really big fan of you guys. I don't like play Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, but I still watch your content. And that's a nice compliment to hear, but it is a little bit worrying because it means that these are players who in some way or another got burned from Yu-Gi-Oh or just disinterested, and they migrated to a card game that they maybe feel better suits their needs. So what are these needs exactly? Well, I go to a lot of conventions as it happens, and I go to them almost, I'd say like more than I go to YCS events now. I go to, you know, your New York Comic Con, your Anime Expos, DreamCon, stuff like that. I like meeting fans and just other like card game players at these events and talking to them and getting some of their real lived experiences with Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever else. Like, why did...
You don't think a mid-core goes to regional unless it's very close to where they live? I don't go to regionals unless it is in Toronto. Like, I think that is fine. I go to tournaments in the greater Toronto area. I don't think that defines you as mid-core. I think yeah. I guess it depends if you're in a metro area or not, but it's a lot harder to be a mid-core player and go to regionals if you're not in a metro area, sure. But then that gets even more semantics about where you live. I don't want to deal with that.
They quit Yu-Gi-Oh? Like, why do they, you know, enjoy my content sometimes, but still, like, they don't really enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh? And some of the reasons that I oftentimes hear are things like getting priced out of the game, the power curve of the game, just kind of leaving their favorite decks behind. Maybe they quit because of pendulums or link monsters, or, you know, it's just something to do with Konami, right? There's a bunch of different things people will say about that. And I think that all those reasons are fairly valid to varying degrees. Like, this is going to, of course, you know, from person to person, people quit at different times for different reasons. I'm not saying it always falls into one of those 4 categories. There could be other reasons why somebody might quit. But I think that what Yu-Gi-Oh seems to kind of have really lost at the end of the day, this is just, in my opinion, you can weigh in, is it's just lost the middle ground. It feels like we are there's no longer space for the player who just wants to play. Here's an example I've been giving, Six Samurai. They recently got support in Rage of the Abyss. And it was some pretty cool support cards, right? A couple new synchros and like other things like that. And they're even going to be getting more support cards in the next couple sets. But the thing is, Six Samurai don't fit into either of the camps that I described earlier. So basically, you know, Six Sams aren't really going to be beating Malice and Ryziel. I know that you can optimistically speak and say like, oh, well, maybe the perfect Six Samurai player can do it. Sure, cool. But I think that for the average player, that it's kind of accepted and known that like Six Sams aren't going to be winning the next YCS.
You're unfavored.
Also,
for sure.
though, Six Sams can't be played in Edison format, right? These new Six Samurai cards. So if you're sort of this mid-core player and you're excited about the new support for Six Samurai, or maybe recently Madolche or something like that, what do? Right? Like, it feels like less and less content is being made around these decks. Like, you don't really see as many deck profiles. There's not really as much enthusiasm for these cards when they come out. A lot of times when people are buying Rage of the Abyss, they're looking for the most expensive cards, right? They're looking.
Sam still posts deck profiles and local vlogs for all the fun decks. And I mean, obviously Sam is like the person who I follow in footsteps a lot for in content creation, even if it's in my own style and more competitive. If it wasn't clearly shown, but I do the same thing, right? And I can't play, and I don't play every single deck that's new when it comes out, but I showcase a lot of them, even the ones that are more rogue and such, and I play them, right? Like, uh so like my problem with this, I don't know if this is really true, because like if your locals isn't crazy competitive, which many locals aren't, I feel like you can show up with 6 Sam and do fine. Yes, the more competitive a game or a region is, obviously playing the better deck will let you better results, but that will happen in any game. Better deck or better build or better whatever will always just give you an initiate favor. Like, yeah. What does fine links do? I can top locals easy with 6 Samurai, I feel like. I understand I'm not the average person, but if you're going to be putting time into a deck, you have to put time in. You have to understand that against meta decks, you are at an inherent disadvantage. Therefore, you have to make up for it. And the advantage to those decks is your deck doesn't rotate out, and your opponent doesn't know what you're doing as well. So there are some bonuses to playing stuff like this. I don't have a problem with these decks existing, and occasionally these decks break through in YCS top cuts, like Millennium, that had a couple YCS tops. That deck is not even close to the same level as Snake Eye or U-Bell like it was last format, and nowhere close to Rizal or Malice, but it topped. Right? Plant Syndrome, maybe. And then as for content, maybe there's not as much content because it is easier for casuals and less work for the content creator to make more of the wheel type series and stuff. I think those have just grown where the other type of content hasn't, but it still exists. I wouldn't say it doesn't exist at all. If you're known as the hero player, your locals knows what hero does since you always play it. After a while, yes. After a bit, that does happen, obviously.
Looking to pull a Dominus Impulse or a Molten Army for Wallows, you know, the expensive secret rare. And like, I think back and I feel
the pricing out problem is real. That's, yeah. Konami has to find a more sustainable method of making it profitable for themselves without it being so hard for the players. And I understand you can't draw direct parallels with this game and other card games like One Piece or Pokemon because the collectible market makes up a bigger portion of those games. And what that means is they can buy more products without needing the competitive cards to be what's carrying the cost of the set. However, Konami can still do better because and we know they can because they have done better in the past. So yeah, I'm not trying to excuse Konami, but also Konami still has to make it profitable for themselves. It's a business. That is completely understandable. But it'd also be better for them, even if the margins drop a bit, if it meant being better for the player because more people would play, therefore the numbers and volume would go up, which I think is overall better. You think there is a lot of room for content based on these decks to be explored by the community and showcase how it can be done? People don't take the SAM profile seriously. Yeah, I mean, listen, there can always be more content, but there can always be more competitive content because there really isn't that much. You define the midcore, someone that goes locals 3-4 times a month and makes a good meta deck to try to win locals consistently, but doesn't really care enough to be competitive. Sure. The problem is we're all a bit different, right? It's a spectrum. As people leaving different games, it's pretty normal for players to leave games or play multiple games or rotate between games. Even I've done that. I've played One Piece. I've played Pokemon. I've played Magic. I played Vanguard even. I even tried the Star Wars game. Nothing wrong with taking a breath of fresh air or playing a little bit less Yu-Gi-Oh to play other games as well. It's a game. A lot of fun. A lot of try different things. That's not really a problem I have. Favorite Magic color? Black, probably. Oh, Vanguard fucking sucked. I'm not advertising Vanguard. Vanguard is ass. Vanguard is fucking ass. No, I played it. Must have been 11 years ago at this point. I tried one when I was like 13. Isn't a player leaving Yu-Gi-Oh a bigger problem because it's harder for people to get into Yu-Gi-Oh? You'd think that, yet people somehow keep getting into Yu-Gi-Oh. Time after time, people get into Yu-Gi-Oh. I keep hearing new players pop up. or events growing, filling with new players, or returning players. So maybe this is a bit of optimism, but I'm not as concerned about it.
I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh's kind of always been this way to some degree. Like there's always been an expensive $100 secret rare card. So then I think, okay, what's changed now? What's different?
Not always, but also, yeah. So the point I guess he's going to get to is if they're staple. Fool Us was a big red X. Fiendsmith stuff is so generic that it probably is an X as well, like a big no-no. Yeah.
And I think what it is this sort of weird late stage Yu-Gi-Oh! I almost want to call it. That was actually a video I wanted to make as well, which is like people aren't really opening packs to just get cards and trade them. They're opening packs specifically to get the cards they need. There's a lot more, information and knowledge out there. So like decks are optimized out the gate. Oftentimes we kind of know what the best stuff is going to be. And also there's less trading because people are not as interested in buying sealed product and opening it and then like maybe trading some of the ultra rare Mermail or Six Samurai
Culture's
cards or
changed
cards
though. That's not a Yu-Gi-Oh thing.
They just want to get their Fualos, get their...
I don't think trading is big in these other card games either. Trading as a culture thing has been kind of obsolete as a nature of the internet and TCG player, and I feel like that's not just a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Maybe I'm wrong.
Impulse and they will buy it if they need to, or if they are interested in building those other decks.
Hold on. So often in your chat or Farfetch Josh, the new player often asks for advice. You always tell them I'll help. They can add. Sorry, what do you say? Add me on Discord. Not one of them did. Why? No idea. Maybe they're a bit intimidated by you. You're an example of a new player because of Master Duel. Getting to Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game feels like a big barrier to you. Like you got Master and you want to try TCG, but it feels like a big barrier. It's not. A lot of it's just getting over the initial hump. And then the next part is getting used to the no toggles and remembering your effects on your own, but it's not that big of a deal.
They'll just buy the singles for that online. And so there's sort of less trading going on. And like I said, the content...
By the way, I don't like trade culture. And I would rather it didn't exist. And I'm happy it didn't exist. Because oftentimes it is just used as an excuse for people to rip off people who are not knowledgeable or are kids. That is clearly not a good thing. So I don't like... So I'm sorry, I like that has become less of a thing. So I don't actually mind that trading is because fallen out of favor. I have no problem with that.
It kind of seems to be skewing more towards the hyper-casual, nostalgic end of things. So what do you do when you are just a mid-core Yu-Gi-Oh player interested in these sort of middle-of-the-road decks and there's nothing there for you? I don't want to say that it's completely hopeless. Like I feel like there are still Yugi-tubers and stuff who are making, a deck profile for these things or kind of combo bids for these things. I don't want to, say that that's not happening at all or sort of discredit their work. It's just that it seems like some of the buzz around like lots of archetypes getting supported that I felt a few years ago, it felt visceral and tangible. It's not there anymore. And it's really tough to describe. And so that's why I'm kind of putting this discussion out there, because I think that you guys tend to have a good way with words in the comments. Sometimes people can, better, just better explain kind of like what it is that I feel like I'm seeing. And I wonder if this is something that other people are seeing at their card shops. Because it does lead to the bigger issue maybe, which is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is sort of bleeding players to a lot of these Bandai games. They are oftentimes seen as more accessible. They are oftentimes a little bit more affordable. Sometimes they have like better pricing and things like that, but I think that
the only Bandai game that has made an actual like difference is One Piece. Oh, Zero Zeus, thanks so much for this. Appreciate it very much. You feel this video wasn't the full talking point, but bringing attention to it? Perhaps, yeah.
The general thing is that the mid-core Yu-Gi-Oh player feels more seen and more recognized and maybe more cared for by these Bandai games. And it could also be Magic or Lorcana or something else. I'm not saying it's only those. But
do they really though? I don't really know.
And maybe what Yu-Gi-Oh seems to be giving them. So yeah, I want people to weigh in. How do you feel about this? Do you think that this is a problem? Like what's changing here? What's caused it? I don't want this to be one of these videos where it's like, Yu-Gi-Oh is dying, right? I'm not saying that Yu-Gi-Oh is dying or it's dead, but I think that it's a phenomenon where like Yu-Gi-Oh is changing, and I think that maybe Konami should be aware of this. Maybe they're planning something. I think that there still needs to be like a mid-power level format where somebody can play new support cards for their Sharks or their Six Sams or the Madolche or whatever, because those can't be played in Edison.
Guess who does videos with all those cards?
But like still with a power level where they're viable and don't have to deal with like, the current top tier decks. That's like one of the big things. There's other stuff too. I think the Yu-Gi-Oh can still use league system. I still think the mixed rarity system can help with kind of enthusiasm around buying sealed product. But all in all, yeah, I don't want this to be like a Yu-Gi-Oh's dying, abandon all hope, jump ship. This isn't even me, to be clear. I'm not playing any of these other new like Bandai games and stuff like that. All right, like I still just play Yu-Gi-Oh pretty much exclusively, and I still like it. I like modern Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't mind like playing it, but I just think that these are. I've heard enough testimony now that it's a little bit worrying and maybe concerning. So yeah, let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. And I need to go now because the sunlight is just blaring at my face over here, and I don't even know how I made it through this video, but I did. So yeah, weigh in the comments. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, I don't know. Players will always rotate in and out of Yu-Gi-Oh, and people can be very alarmist about it. And he's trying to say that he's not trying to be alarmist about it. So I guess I'll just kind of sit at the point that I think it's not that big of a deal. The only thing that I think is actually a problem, I don't think the content is the big of a deal, nor the support cards, the 6am. I think the problem is, or the only problem that is true was like the rarity system and the price of cards isn't very cool. It feels old-dated, like outdated. It's old. It's antiquated. It's not good for many players who want to spend money. Competitive players too. We don't want to spend more money. We just will if we have to. You would feel Yu-Gi-Oh would really benefit from alternate formats. People have tried and they don't pop off. So that means the demand isn't really there. So a slightly powered down format that makes pet decks more viable with their new support. That's just Heart of the Underdogs, which some locals do. And I encourage locals to do it, to play those type of decks. The whole video boiled down to cards too expensive. I think the other arguments aren't great. The only other argument you can make is that the fact that Bandai means more competition than before. Because when there wasn't One Piece, there was Pokemon and Magic, right? Less competition, therefore you have to split up your players less. Obviously that's true, but what do you want Konami to do about that? That's not anything Konami's going to do. You want them to go to Bandai's head office and like beat them all up? Like, what? There's competition that happens. I mean, sometimes some players getting broken off or putting less time in Yu-Gi-Oh to play both games. That's okay. I don't think that's gonna be a problem with Yu-Gi-Oh. Is Lorcana still a thing too? Yep, Lorcana as well. Lustral's the new one. Star Wars Unlimited. There's always new games. But One Piece is the only one that has felt like it has a proper foothold and held itself. Other games feel like they die too quickly or they don't really gain enough traction. Your locals tried Heart of the Underdog and everybody only wanted to play there and nobody wanted to play Advanced. Because why would I play against Snake Eye when he can play against decks? That's strong. And I think having Heart of the Underdog is good. And having locals support that and supporting locals that do that is good. But there are more formats. Yeah, it's the thing. And people have to choose to play them though. You could argue Konami should be making more of a push for making that like advertised and accessible, but yeah. The thing is though, eventually if it becomes properly moderated and you have like legacy or modern and standard is what you have in Magic, you have a modern and standard equivalent in Yu-Gi-Oh with higher power levels and whatnot and different set releases, then you still get the same thing of eventually there's a best deck and that deck becomes dominant, and if the whole point is not wanting it to be hyper competitive, it's still going to be competitive. So that can't be a good reason. Master Duel should replicate TCG or OCG. No, I actually don't like that. I like the Master Duel is different and unique, and I like when they do releases out of order to make formats that aren't the same. Like when Ishizu cards are released separately, or cards come out already hit. I think the fact that it makes the formats not just a repeat of what we had months before is good. And that way you do have multiple formats for Yu-Gi-Oh! You can play Master Duel or TCG, or Master Duel and OCG, depending on where you live. And they aren't the same. And I did find solace in last year, where I wasn't enjoying TCG as much, that I enjoyed Master Duel a lot more. Master Duel is the place to play any deck no matter its power. Maxi helps with that. Yep, it does. Unfortunately. Much as I hate to say it. But if you want to play a non-maxi format, you have to play Toxic Ass Dueling Book online. Okay. Or you can create leagues. There are leagues, little master leagues they play without maxi, right? Like, you could put in the effort to find other things or do a different way, but yeah, I do not want to change Master Duel. Master Duel is my favorite out of TCG. I don't know much about OCG, but favorite out of the two of them in most ways. And it's not perfect. It has flaws, but it's better at dealing with pricing. I like the rarity. You still have a cool rarity there. I wish full arts were more accessible, but that's whatever. Or I mean, alternate arts, not full arts. Full arts were a thing. I think listen, there could be things they could be doing better. But I think overall, Master Duel gets more rights. And obviously, Master Duel coming out later than TCG means they can learn from the mistakes of both the TCG and the OCG, which is very helpful for them, for their like defense. But it's good. I like Master Duel. Master Duel right now, obviously the meta I don't love because of Tempai, but that's an entirely different discussion. Yeah, I don't know. Wait. You remember watching a Jesse Cotton stream in the chat? Just absolutely roasting and shit talking his opponent's decks. Did he join a Deckless Nightmares video where the whole point is me roasting a deck? I mean, listen. Obviously, if I roast the deck as well, it's having fun and banter. And you watch me to learn. So if I'm roasting, it's to learn things. You are absolutely allowed to play whatever the fuck you want, whether it be bad or not. And I'll still roast you. But have fun. At the end of the day, that's what's important. I just want to make that absolutely clear. But, yeah. But this doesn't matter to you because I'm not, like, sitting across from my opponents in Master Duel making fun of them, right? Like, this is a barrier. They have no idea what I'm saying. But yes, if your deck is shit, I'm allowed to call it shit. I shouldn't have to treat you like a delicate flower. Insults are a big part of it. You post deckless in Discord server and Reddit asking some tips and gave me my budget. Pardon, I play low budget decks. Here's a tip. Take the shit apart and play a real deck. Okay. I mean, yes. If you'll note, I don't shit on, or when people give me decks, I don't just shit on it for no reason, right? And that's why I preface with Deckless Nightmares, it'll be mean. But yeah, people think they're being funny and they're just being not fun. I play the Ancient Gear stuff a lot. I don't know. I think people have like one or so negative experiences, and this happens in life in general. And that they internalize that, and that becomes their everything, right? And that becomes their outlook and perspective, right? So if one person shat on Ancient Gears, they then say, "All YouTubers did that." If you guys have watched the channel for a bit, it's a deck I made a video on. I've played many times on stream. I like those cards. They're not bad. So, yeah. It's interesting though. I don't think I have anything else to add to this. So unless the chat has any points to bring up, either refuting my own or adding new ones, then I say we've gone over most of it here. I am curious though. Because obviously it's important to always be receptive to feedback. I'm not talking about Deckless Nightmares, because if that's what he's referring to, then this guy's a putz. But if I call my opponent's deck shit in ladder, is that something you guys find annoying? Like, you're allowed to say yes, by the way. Every streamer does that. Well, that's partially because what am I supposed to say? I mostly do it when my opponent's going through a long combo that's inefficient, because you can't have dead silence on a stream. It's bad. You need to have something else. You need to have audio. You need to have stimulation. So when I need to do something, the obvious thing to point out is what's on screen. And as a player who's good, if I see something bad, then I point it out. And the best way to engage with viewers is to speak dramatically, charisma and hyperbole. And that's where insults come from, right? And obviously, I'm not trying to turn away players or be mean. You can't control chat. I don't know. If chat does it, it's a different thing. I don't know. This may be implying that just chat does it and not me, but usually this kind of implies that it's my responsibility as well. Like, I'm also talking shit about a deck, and I've done that. I definitely have. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the only game that makes you want to splurt out F-bombs. You haven't played enough games, I think. Negativity in gaming is a turn off. People just needlessly mean to each other. There's a difference between calling out misplays and just being straight up mean about the decks. Yeah, I guess. Talking anime villain and nobody can say nothing. I'll do that sometimes when I have the classical music playing, but yeah. This shit's crazy though. The people who go to someone else's Discord, see a deck, and then shit talk it, like, what the fuck is that? That one is ridiculous. That one obviously is bad. I will never do that. But yeah. Okay. We'll call it for this video. And remember, make sure to like, subscribe to Team APS as well. This is his second channel. APS Amplifier and Pot of Greed. Damn, they still got a shit ton of subs. The next thing I want to react to is this card by Leonhart, who's a huge YouTuber for other stuff. You see 2 million subs, way bigger than we got with Sam. Grim Reality owning a card store. So I imagine this is not going to be just pertaining to Yu-Gi-Oh! But for me, if you don't know, you can see behind me, I don't run a card store in the sense that where you can come in and buy cards. I run an online card store, which I've scaled down a lot as I want to transition more to content creation. But especially during COVID, I was doing a lot of this. As well as I've worked closely with card stores and I've worked at card stores for many years in my life. It is something where I consider myself pretty much an expert in, because I've seen the back end, I've seen the front end, I've dealt with a lot of this. So I feel like I can give good insight, and I feel like it can be a cool discussion. And I think a lot of people have very poor perceptions or conceptions of what it's like owning a card store. I don't think it needs to be, I think this is phrased negatively and like this as a clickbait. But if you expect a card store to be just playing games all day, obviously that is ridiculous. In most cases, it is very methodical and treating it like any other inventory-based business, merchandise-based business, because that's what it is. Can you ever see yourself opening a card store like a local store? No. And I'm sure many of those reasons will be said here. Like, I'm sure it'll talk about theft, which is the reason why I do not want to store. He'll talk about rent, which is the reason I don't want to store. This is much easier for storage and stuff without having having a storefront. You have benefits in foot traffic and trade-ins more, but you also have to deal with less storage space, or having to pay for more storage space now, and then theft, and then the overhead costs, and then all the extra utilities you're paying for customers to deal with, and then obviously you have to deal with the customer service aspect, which even as someone who just deals with TCG player a lot is very fucking frustrating. You mean it's not like TCG Card Stop Simulator? No. All right, so I want to give this a quick look. I'm going to post the video in the description here as well, guys. The stinky players. My sense of smell is really bad. So not going to lie, it's rarely a problem for me. And maybe if I had a good sense of smell, I wouldn't be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! But Or maybe I can't smell because I play Yu-Gi-Oh. My sense of smell is really bad. My nose is like almost always blocked. Okay, I'm curious to see what they have to say here. Is theft an issue in card stores? Yep, very much so. Employee theft as well, right? Oh, so the other issue I'm looking into here is other forms of shrinkage. So, like an accounting shrinkage would be like the theft going missing, stuff getting damaged. But because you have so much money in actual inventory because the cards are so expensive, you now run a risk from fires, from floods, from the shelving breaking and your card getting crushed. That's just more risk. And obviously, you want to alleviate as much risk as possible.
Recommend running a card store?
It was an uphill battle. You're going to be
Would you recommend running a card store?
It was an uphill battle. You're going to be struggling and hard. It is one of the prime targets for robbery. They were grabbing cases of stuff.
Oh my gosh.
I might have made this sound grim, but you have to be prepared for a storm.
As a part of my business plan, you factor in a certain percentage of your sales to be lost to theft, scams, or getting destroyed. That is the grim reality of running a business. Not just a card store, but planning in contingencies and expecting things to go wrong is part of owning any business. But yes, I account for at least 5% of all of my revenue I expect to go missing. And this is without theft through here, but scams happen a lot online. And the reality is there's nothing you do about it. For example, TCG Player is pretty good. TCG Player, unlike eBay, will protect the buyer or seller for the most part. If a buyer says it didn't arrive, but the tracking says it's delivered, TCG Player will cover me. However, if a buyer says the package was empty, I lose everything. And I've had that happen for several orders, some up to over 1,000. I had a $1,700 order. Guy said, package was empty. And I'm like, well, rip. You just lose the money. And LA car stores burned down in big fires. Insurance doesn't cover that? Nope. So the problem with insurance, can't appeal? No, because how do you prove anything? The problem with insurance is most insurance wants invoices for appraisals, and you can insure probably sealed products, but insuring singles without a invoice to back up their value, and this is not even just fire insurance in LA, this is insurance in general, the cards, because you can't really back up the value with an invoice of your cards, insurance doesn't actually do anything for most TCG. Add an air tag on big orders. How does that help? If they said that a package came with just an air tag, they still win. That doesn't guarantee the card is in there. It's like no one takes responsibility for the missing content. They make you take responsibility. They also could just be lying. They could just say the thing is empty and then get a free product. They have to get it refunded. The onus is on the seller. And if they can't, so like with tracking, they could blame USPS and TCG Player would cover it. But if it's empty, then the onus would be on, and it was legitimately empty, the onus would be on the seller. Therefore, TCG has no coverage. You have to record the entire process, packing and shipping the product to prove it. Exactly. It has to be airtight, because if you leave a 5-second break where the package is no longer on screen because you stopped recording or needed to put your shit in the car, they could say the package was tampered with in between that amount of time. Who's to say you didn't scan it in to USPS? They take it behind the counter and they say, hold on, I forgot something. And maybe they give it back to you for a second and you tamper with it real quick. You can always justify bullshit. Time to personally fly to sellers and deliver yourself. When I do really big sales, like if you guys remember, I sold the first place World's Prize card from 2020, the Blue Eyes one. That was sold in person. There was no fucking chance I was blindly shipping and trusting a $100,000 card like that. So yeah, that's what you have to do for sales like that. The unfortunate reality is, like cheating in Yu-Gi-Oh, if people want to scam, they can find a way to do it. And you have to just trust that people aren't assholes, and trust in the morality and ethical nature of people. When I had somebody working for me, I have cameras up. But look at it this way. If someone packs an order for me, my employee packs the order, they don't have to pocket it. What they can do instead is they put the tracking label. Instead of putting in the buyer's address, they put their address in. And when I'm shipping my box out to USPS, and I have 100 or so orders, hundreds of orders, I'm not going to check every fucking label to see what the names are. As well, if they put a fake name instead of their actual name, and I don't know my employee's address, or they put their friend's address, they could ship the product themselves, and I would have zero idea. But they'd be stealing from me, and I'd have never known. And I'm sure I'm giving people the very bad way of doing it. You can figure that out with tracking. Technically, you'd catch them, but you'd find out too late. The catching would be hard. So if they put the tracking into the system on USPS, on TCG Player, then they're an idiot, because I can trace back to where that went. But if they fucked up and forgot to put tracking in, or put the order before's tracking in, they can layer it in a way that it's hard to find out. Or they do it on an order that wouldn't be tracked, like a $20 order. $20 order is still a bit of money, but it's not tracked. If they steal 5 $20 orders a day, that adds up very, very fast. Can it be automated so the employee doesn't have interference? That means more work for me. But yes, you need to be able to trust employees. You need to be able to delegate employees. Otherwise, you get into the whole problem of running a business. But this is the nature of running a business.
More than ever, people are wanting to start their own card stores, but running
This fucking game, yeah. We haven't even got into the video yet, but I guess we're learning a lot. I'm gonna have to rehash some of these arguments, I guess.
one presents a few more challenges than expected. Meet Nathan, the owner of Cloud Collectibles in Dallas, Texas. I decided to stop by his store to see what running a card store is really like.
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for letting me come here today to check out the store. You've recently expanded, right?
Yes, within the past 6 months, we've expanded.
I'd love to kind of just get a tour of your store and then kind of get into things, and maybe even if you let us open up a little something. What do we got? What do we got? Oh my gosh, that's the full art. What do you got with this massive display right here?
This wall is our sealed products. We try to give a good variety of different games for people.
So you don't have just Pokemon, you have Dragon Ball, Star Wars, even a little sports as well.
Yep, Weiss is another big one that we do here. We have Magic, Final Fantasy. I mean, we try to keep a good variety here.
Where's
Do you
Yu-Gi-Oh?
see a lot of people coming in for that different variety, or do you, as a store, mainly try to focus on TCG like Pokemon or Lorcana?
You know, we try to give every game a fair chance, but Pokemon does outpace almost every other game.
Pokemon is also going through a big boost right now. And this happens sort of like cyclically, where games have bigger pushes or bumps in the media and they become popular. Pokemon is the big dog, though, for sure.
One Piece, you know,
Up on volume? Really? Okay. Yeah, sure.
is actually doing very well too right now.
Oh, that's incredible. And you have different types of tournaments over there in the tournament area?
Yes.
Like pre-releases and stuff?
Yes, we do a lot of pre-releases. We host, I think, currently 5-6 different games. Pokemon is actually one of our smallest tournaments, so which is weird.
So for actually playing
It's not, because a lot of the market is collectibles, right? Which you have to factor in why Yu-Gi-Oh can't just copy Pokemon.
wise, Pokemon is your smallest.
Yes.
But for coming in and buying an Evolving Skies pack, that's like your biggest crowd?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so Pokemon's your first biggest game. What's your second biggest game?
One Piece.
Is One Piece?
Yep.
Okay,
That
very
makes
nice.
The third would be Lorcana. I think the fourth would be Weiss.
All right, what do you got going on in these glass
Damn, no
cases over
Yu-Gi-Oh
here?
out there.
In the front here, we keep all of our slabs. The big variety.
Behind Weiss is sad. Is this a good-looking card store? Is this average or high-end? It's hard from perspective shots, because obviously they control what we see. It looks pretty, like, a bit above average. Average obviously depends on what you've been to and where you've been. I've been to a lot of different card stores and had very different experiences, but I don't judge too much on like design and stuff, because that's not really too important. Like how they price things, how much they stock things, and the open space is more important.
Of classic Japanese.
Isn't it possible there's don't care Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh yeah, of course. I'm just making the jab as a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Obviously, like, it can be very reasonable they just don't stock Yu-Gi-Oh, which should be a bit sad because I'm here as a Yu-Gi-Oh player trying to react to this. But obviously, my insights would still stand, as the markets would be very similar still.
We mainly try to keep the three big, graders: CGC, PSA, Beckett. The biggest reason why we open Cloud Collectibles, I think some of the stores got too comfortable, so they were just overcharging the community. So for example, there's boxes that you could buy for like $200-300. They'll charge $800-900. When I was returning to collect Pokemon, I actually went to one of those stores, and I didn't know anything at the time. And then after some time and research after I bought it, I realized I was down, and I was like, that's not cool. Let's create a place where people feel safe when you're new.
That's great.
There's a lot of stuff. Even
Honestly, respect that, but then you become just like a savior for the community, which is honorable, but you also still look out for your own self-interests, right? I'm a believer in looking out for your own self-interests while being morally responsible. I should make sure you're still being looked after. But yeah, they gave Yu-Gi-Oh a chance and it failed. Yu-Gi-Oh can be a hard market to break into, right? But yeah. Do you know about the Pokemon TCG reselling drama? Is it just scalping bad? Because that's the same shit from COVID. It's rehashed again. It's just not new. JCPC, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it very much. Yes, same thing. Yeah, so Pokemon runs an allocation. I cannot order Pokemon because my distro just never has any for me. Or if they want to give me, I get like 2 boxes. I don't get real inventory in Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh is prints to order. So if I order 200 cases of a set, I'll get 200 cases of a set. For example, for Supreme Darkness, I have 154 cases coming in. And that's exactly what I ordered. So that's why there's no shortages as much. And that can make card prices more, but it's because of supply restrictions, right? US print to order? Yep, US print to order. I have to order my sets like 4 months in advance. My Alliance Insight orders are due in less than a week. Exactly a week. That pseudo was bad. I pre-sold a lot. I did not have faith in the set, but a lot of it pre-sold, so I ordered. This is not a crazy high order for me, though. Most of it's pre-sold, though, and Yu-Gi-Oh's margins are shit. I don't make that much money off that. Alien sounds like money. Because of the conversion rates, it's kind of not great for me right now, but it's an entirely different argument. Whereas a Canadian, I face extra risk because of the border, where I have to deal with customs, I have to deal with tariffs, fucking Trump, and I have to deal with conversion risk. Your local card store said they literally couldn't even order any more Rhoda because it's sold out at distributors. Your card store is lying. What actually happened is they did not place their order in time. And what some stores do, and okay, for what it's worth, I don't know where you live. I cannot speak if it's the same outside of North America. I can only speak for North America. I want to preface with that. I know some stuff about the foreign printing, the rules, but it's not the same. Live in London. Okay, so what I know about... So, okay, what happens with stores sometimes is they'll only order product after it's been announced, and they get upcharged, but they know exactly what's in it, and they know what the market is like. They don't have to pre-order. That is different. And yes, that is limited stock, because they're not prints to made immediately. Obviously, it takes time to print stuff. In the UK, though, I know that the pre-order window is way shorter. So, like, it's not as long before. Like, I have to pre-order shit way more in advance than in UK, and stuff does run out. I think the system does run differently, but the person who I've talked to about it is someone who isn't a big vendor, so I don't know how true that is. I know that other vendors like Tier Zero have a shit ton of product, so I have to imagine if you order early enough, you'd still not have that problem in the UK. I don't really understand, but yeah. Tariffs from what? From Japan? From the States. The cards are printed in America. I'm Canadian. You know when I'm about to stutter, I'm about to go in. God, I wish I was more clear, better at talking. You read a guy complain about 40 out of 140 pack of TCG player and he got blocked and banned. Good, because it's frustrating as fuck as sellers. But people are too nitpicky. I've dealt with a lot of those as well. Anyways, let's get more into this.
Even in my store, that might be a little bit overpriced, but it's more because there's a lot of Pokemon products you can't buy from distribution anymore. So we have to actually buy that from other customers and other people at a certain price. So we have to mark it up just to keep the doors open a little bit. Yeah, and we try to make it as family fun as possible here. So the people who come here, they become our friends. So most of our employees actually were originally customers. You know, I came here as a business partner with Bill, but now we have like 20, 30 friends that come here and just hang out with us on a daily. They don't buy anything, they just come and hang out, like from morning to night.
And that's kind of like what you want to see with your local card stores. You want that casual, fun feeling to come anytime during the day to hang out with your friends.
Yeah, and then you want to stock your fridge with like some snacks, chips, and then some drinks. And that would be an advantage. You make a bit of money on like that stuff. And then those people would trade in stuff. They'd buy some bulk bullshit commons or supers and whatever. They'd trade in, open some packs when they're bored. That's a good part about having a local storefront that I wouldn't have access to. But obviously it's small in the grand scheme of things and wanting to scale up your business because that's not scalable.
Friends, open up some cards. I would be personally tempted myself if I was just sitting there to walk over and be like, yeah, I want a 151 pack right now to open. But I like that vibe because I think that really is what the communities want and need, is a safe, fun place to come and buy cards and hang with other passionate people. Let's take just a closer look at some of these. Like, look at that Lily down right over here. That's a PSA 10 Lily Full Art Trainer.
To be honest, this is one of the first cards that I bought. It's actually one of my personal cards that I left out here.
That's incredible. What are some of your other favorite cards that you have displayed?
The first one would be probably this gold 10 Charizard. Most people don't know that, you know, during the celebration print, this was very hard to grade. It was very hard to even to get a 10 out of it. So the difference between a raw and a 10 is like $1,000.
Really? That's a CGC Gemmin 10. Yeah, those metal cards always would flake in the grading process, so that's a very, very special card to get in such a score.
And Beckett refuses to grade.
That card is kind of sus, not gonna lie. I don't know enough about the Pokemon high-end. I know a little bit about it. I sold what I did have. I had like the Mario and Luigi Pikachus, which were cool. But yeah, as for like the high-end nitty-gritty, Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm knowledgeable as shit about because I was very involved in it. Pokemon, I have a little bit of knowledge, but it's not that much. So like obviously in that regards, like I know graded cards are worth money and I deal with graded cards sometimes, but I can't speak too much on what those cards are. Those are worth a bit now. I mean, Charizard is the general kind of bar for being good. Pokemon quality is much higher than Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, Pokemon. Actually, I don't know about how good Pokemon's quality is, but TCG's print quality has not been great lately.
Oh, Beckett doesn't even grade those anymore? Oh, okay.
Because I think it was being chipped during the process, and then people were getting mad at them, so they're like, you know what, we're not taking this.
We're not dealing with that anymore. What else you got? Looks like you got a Shadowless Charizard, World Championship cards.
This was a big one right here.
Is that a Gold Star Umbreon?
Yes, it is. At a BGS 9.
Wow, so there we go, folks. That's like one of the original Umbreons that you want to go after, but that thing's only in those Pop Series 5 packs.
In English, they never had a holo version. In the Japanese, they had a holo version of that.
Of the Umbreon card?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't really know that. Pretty cool. Taking a look at some of these items right here. You got some
That's a lot of this card stuff. There's so many small random facts throughout all of the worlds that like, there's an endless amount of fun facts and more you know type stuff. And I can go on forever about some of it. Like if I show this on screen here, here are just two cards I have next to me. How many of you know about this? Can it focus? Please? Oh my god. That still doesn't look great. There you go. Look at that name. Sarcophago d'Oro. This is a prize card. Most prize cards only printed in English. This is one of the Pharaoh Tour prize cards. So instead of they're shown in Jump Championship at the time, this is Pharaoh's Tour. But back then, they occasionally made some of the Pharaoh's Tour cards in the foreign rarity or the foreign language for where they were won. So this is an Italian prize card. Not many Italian prize cards exist. How many of you have seen this? The Seal of Orichalcos. not technically a real card, but made by Upper Deck employees for a Duel the Master Con. Collecting is cool. Definitely get why people love it so much.
Product over here, Cosmic Eclipse, Unbroken Bonds. I'm a big Gundam fan myself, so it's cool to see some of the model. Is there a specific type of aesthetic that you tried going with for this store when you started creating it?
Yeah, we tried to go for, you know, we wanted to be wide open. We wanted to try to keep it as clean as possible.
What is this whole area?
Can't see the video. Where are the misprints at? I don't know if I have any misprints next to me. I've sold a lot of my collection off because I just had way too much. Do I have it here? No. Let me see. Oh, I actually needed this. Whoa, I just found stuff that... Oh. These are not good misprints. These are quality control errors. Still needed this. I don't know if I have misprints next to me. Oh, I have one actually. Okay. Who can see what it says there as the type? Issue is the lighting is not good. Where's my phone? Oh, that's not good either. Can you guys see what type that says? Dragon. Yep, it's French and it says dragon. So this is a Gearfried, the swordsman. It is not supposed to be a dragon, but it says dragon. I'm not sure if they're all like that in French, but yeah, there's a cool misprint. It is supposed to be a warrior, obviously.
When you started creating it?
Yeah, we tried to go for, you know, we wanted to be wide open. We wanted to try to keep it as clean as possible.
What is this whole area right here with the glass display cases?
This is all of our raw singles. We got Yu-Gi-Oh right here, One Piece.
Oh, they have
over here.
Yu-Gi-Oh, okay.
This is our vintage Pokemon case. We have 2 cases full of it. And then over here we keep our modern, 3 cases of modern, and then we got 1 case of Japanese.
Yeah, this is a dream.
Remember a time where a friend scammed for a misprint Mewtwo? Use your love of Greninja against you? Okay. I don't know if he's your friend if he scammed you.
Come true for myself just learning to play the game and stuff, to instantly be greeted by all of the singles of cards here, especially right over here. I'm eyeing this specific nest ball card over here.
Showcases are so pretty, but they take up so much space, which is a lot of, it costs money, right? Because it's your space is your money as you're renting, which is sad, as well as they take work to maintain because you have to dust them and clean them pretty frequently. And then if you want to make them look nice, you need to light them, which is more money. It's rough.
We'll have to see if we can come up with a good deal a bit later on for that, because I'll put that in my deck that I play with. But very cool area. I love the aesthetic, just bright, open concept of what you were saying when you started the store.
All of these like shelves, we actually designed it ourselves in-house. We try to match it to our aesthetic here.
And I think that's just what makes a bit more personality when it comes to the store. These are your full art trainers.
Yes.
Oh, so this is probably one of your more popular ones right now. I can see it.
Yes.
It's already been kind of rated by some people. And then yeah, down here as well. Looks like you got a Charizard right here. It's just always beautiful. There you got some Pidgeots down there. I always just love checking out the
Pokemon
singles,
appreciation
especially
video.
the secret rares. Look at all these rare candies over here.
You assume a big problem with card stores having space for play and card showcases. Yeah, it takes up space, right? It's all things you have to factor into your business plan in terms of the money you're spending, because that factors into increasing rent prices. So are they worth their amount of... is X thing worth its space that it then costs you for rent? And obviously this could be a bit simplistic or like a little bit of simplification, because you can't always control exactly how much space you have. It does depend on location and what's available, but to some degree you can.
If you look at the prices, they're all 10 and above. But we actually have binders that is for much lower and like cheaper
Yeah,
cards from
because
$1
you can't
all
display
the way
everything.
up to $10. So we don't keep that in a case. So we always have binders. Customers can always come.
So one thing that I'm surprised never really caught in the Western world that they do a lot in Japan, at least in a lot of the stores in Akihabara, is they do vertical showcases, and it's in theory just more space efficient, and lets you display more to keep up the displays. That aesthetic. Obviously, though, it's not behind the counter is the problem. So you need to get locked cabinets, and then employees have to go, like, you put them in the general area.
Open, go through.
So like this says Pokemon Vintage right here, or Pokemon EX GX. Can I take it out?
Yeah, definitely. So here's a trainer gallery, and there's a playable.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
Let's check out. Oh, this is great. This is so just convenient. So if you're wanting to play, man,
Think of all the time that takes to stock those binders, to continue organizing them, to restock them, to inventory them. If you're selling online, do you list them online or have separate inventories for real life and online, right? Like those are all things to keep in mind, right? And your time matters because, for one, you may not be the one doing it. It might be an employee, and that time does directly correlate to money spent. Like a wall display. Yeah, they do vertical displays. If you watch Japan vlogs, from my channel even, you'll see. It's all just an ad right now. It is mostly just an ad. That's why I'm trying to interject with some opinions of my own. But even though this has really just been me talking and this is as a background noise, I feel like I've still talked about quite a bit of like knowledge. But yeah.
before I get to this binder.
Sorry. Do card stores profit from holding a tournament because the space has to cover its rent value? Some card stores don't profit. In fact, when I worked for card stores, we would try to have tournaments that didn't profit from their tournaments. It depends on how you run your business, how competitive your area is. For areas where there's not many different tournaments, and when I say competitive, I don't mean player base. I mean how many stores there are. How competitive are the stores with each other for trying to take each other's player bases away? Because when there's a lot of competition, if your tournaments are worse, you will get mostly less players. And that makes sense. Right? So if you want better turnouts, you do better prizing, better bang for your buck. That's one of the ways to get more players. And the reason why you'd run a tournament and not earn a profit on the tournament is to get players in the store to buy your cards because they need them for the deck, and to trade in their cards, or to, when they get bored, buy shit, like buy packs to crack. And then obviously the other one is to bring attention to your store so people come back to them and they know you exist in the future if they like your vibe. So many times you run a tournament not for profit. But yes, you can. When there's areas with not much competition and stores have monopoly on the player base, they can just run a tournament for a profit, because at the end of the day, why not make more money if they don't have a reason not to? Not like they have any backlash.
This is very convenient. I love that this is like that. Full art trainer binder.
And we're always filling this up every single day.
Oh yeah, like there's that Briar
If you fill that up every day, that is more time spent. Just, yeah.
card, which I just added to my deck. What do you got in this case?
You know, upcoming games, Soul Masters. I want to help them grow. We put toys in here.
I like these. It looks like 3D printed figures of the muscle Pokemon in there. And then this looks like some more Ys. Got a whole section of Lorcana. You have a fairly good fan base. So.
Yeah, actually our Lorcana tournament base is actually pretty big. We can pull anywhere between 30 to 70 people sometimes.
Really?
So, yeah.
How many people do you think you can fit in here?
Here specifically is around 70 people. And then if we need more space, we go next door and ask them if we can use their tables too. And they're really good people too, yeah. They're a boba
That's
shop,
crazy.
actually.
It looks like you got sleeves and accessories.
Yep.
On this side between Dragon Shield, Graded Guard, One Piece sleeves.
These are some Japanese imported sleeves. We have play mats of all different sorts.
Like that. I need to get that for like Halloween.
Deck boxes, carry cases, and we have a lot of bulk too for people who, you know, like to finish master sets.
All right, I saw this from the distance. What do you got going on with this case?
So we try to help out some of our community members, the ones that are very nice and, you know, they care about the community. We let them use our display cases and consign.
Is this also kind of consignments as well with these cards?
We have extra space, and, you know, if someone wants to consign something, we'll make it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've done consignment as well, even just I'll sell stuff for people. But obviously you charge a cut typically because they're using your stuff. You're also assuming risk, or you have to tell them if there's theft, you take the risk, which can be a bit unsettling. Hello, Vlad.
A little deal, and we'll help them push it.
That's really nice of y'all to do that. Well, I see you got an empty space right there. Maybe I can...
It's so nice of you to do that. It's business driven. It doesn't get nothing for it. It also makes the store look nicer because he has more high rarity in stock cards.
I put like a special Leonhart card there or something like that, and a little display sign that says Leonhart card, and somebody can come and buy it. I'm just joking, but
Your fans would probably love that, actually.
yeah, maybe. That got me thinking. I was kind of seeing what looks like your logo in this room.
Yes.
What do you got going on in this secret room over here?
So we recently just added a streaming room,
Oh, nice.
making videos.
Wow, look at that. You got some binders over here. You got the all-important bathroom, which is very nice.
You know, we try to keep the store as clean as possible. I mean,
Yep.
we spend a lot of time cleaning. I feel
Oh, that's
more of a
another
janitor
thing
than a-
with having a store. You have to clean a fucking bathroom of every day with Yu-Gi-Oh players and Pokemon players and whatnot. Have fun with that.
owner. But I mean, it's fun. I mean,
That's great with the amount of people. I mean, no offense, but stores are notorious for it can get pretty.
I love cleaning though, so it's not a bad thing. We actually do a lot of charities here.
Do you like cleaning up piss and shit? Following that up with "I like cleaning" is insane. Even if you like cleaning, no one likes cleaning the bathroom, right? Right? Especially not a public bathroom. You didn't say that? Well, that's what it sounds like. You hired an employee for that? Exactly. You. Okay.
We take a lot of these bulk cards that we have too much of. We give it to the hospitals. We give it to schools. We create decks for people.
Pokemon is great for that. So I do a lot of business with one of my local card stores, and I'm very close friends with the owner as well. And oftentimes he gets free promotional products in. And my mom is a SLP, speech language pathologist for special needs kids in our area. So he'll give me a lot of the promotional Pokemon stuff for free, which I'll give to my mom to then give to her kids as either like rewards for doing tasks or to give to the schools just so classes have the thing. So I know one time we got like 100 different Christmas cards, Pokemon themed Christmas cards that she gave to like classes at her schools.
and we just send it off.
Pokemon is great for that.
We price out all the cards once, and then we're at mercy to the market. You could come here and see a card that I priced for 25 bucks. Well, in a week from now or a month from now, that card could have dropped down to...
I mean, prices change every day.
Yes.
So you're saying that you would have to basically come out here. It's not like an online store where you're just going to update it just like that. You have to get out here and manually do it for the hundreds of cards.
Okay, well, that makes very little difference. But the point is, yes, when you have a lot of inventory, manual updating prices can be hard. And ideally, something you can do with like an online store is have very little variety. You just have, like what I'm transitioning to is I'm not opening as much product anymore. I don't have much variety in my singles. And if you check my online store, which is Pro Potato and TCG, I don't have that many products listed. But like a lot of the products is all the same stuff. It's all just Rarity Collection, Infinite Forbidden, Rage of the Abyss. It's a limited product line because then being able to alter my prices is easier and faster. But when I had thousands and thousands of listed items, that's very time consuming and it's not feasible to do it. And that means a lot of times you have dead products where other people are just out competing you in prices. Or you lose money because your stuff is listed too low.
Cards that you have out there.
Yep, like I said, we price out stuff once. And then when people come, we kind of hope that they go to the rare candy.
You got blacklisted from your locals because of buying gold strikes cheap because of the owner and they didn't know it shot up that morning. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't blacklist you for that, but obviously like that's one of the problems with the market, right?
Yeah, and you could get the most current pricing, and we price match it all. We just don't have the manpower to go through hundreds of that. We literally go through hundreds.
And then you have to put up this ugly sign that says we'll match price. But yeah, I mean, that's what you'd have to do. Well, the alternative is you just don't price things. You put things up without a price unless they're like the rare collectibles where you can be a bit more discretionary with pricing. And you just say, well, price match, TCG player lowest verified. You have a sign. You have them in several different spots. And then, yeah, you just wouldn't price a lot of the lower end cards or the meta cards, whatever.
Hundreds of thousands of cards in a month.
Have you ever had a moment while running this shop that you thought, oh my gosh, I don't know if we're going to make it?
Yes, it was consistent through the first year and couple months. My business partner and I, we were just dumping our personal money into it. We actually did not take any profits from this store till this Christmas. We realized that all the money needs to go back to catching up and feeding the card store.
What's been the most unexpected thing?
I have other businesses. When you buy products, you know, let's say I sell 3 Dr. Peppers. I'll go out and buy 4 Dr. Peppers and bring it back to the store. Here at this retail store, you sell that 3 Dr. Pepper and you can't buy anymore. It's not. You know what I mean? That was the most unexpected. So to keep products in the store.
Yeah. You have to order enough at the start, and you have to predict and gauge ahead of time how good something's gonna do in a market. And obviously it's hard enough to do that with just Yu-Gi-Oh, let alone to do that with several different card games. And that means you start averaging out your order numbers and you start ordering lower to leave yourself not available to risk. But you also lose the ability to capitalize and maximize on your profits.
For customers to come, even to buy, that's also, you know, that was the most unexpected, where you're always struggling to look for more products. Like, we got to find something for our customers. We don't want to look like we're going out of business here, guys.
Question: would you recommend running a card store?
The card store was much different than what I thought it was gonna be.
How so?
So when you first have a bunch of cards, you're like, oh, I'm gonna run a card store, and I have $50,000 in my pocket or $100,000 in my pocket. I'm gonna go rent a space and I'm gonna go sell Pokemon cards. That's a great idea until you realize that once you sell out of your original cards, there's no other ways to get it back except.
This is the problem with people running TCG player stores as well. You need to have a constant inflow of products, right? You need a sustainable business map plan. And this is why it's important when you're doing any business to really flesh out your strategy. What's your website name? I don't have Pokemon packs. I don't carry Pokemon. But it's just Pro Potato and TCG Player. But yeah, where were we? Shit. What was it again?
Realize that once you sell out of your original.
Oh yeah,
card,
but having a plan for your business. You need to make sure you have a constant flow of cards, and that's why I order so much products, right? It's partially to have the flow of cards constantly. I need to make sure I'm making money on that. Yeah, not that I do that as much anymore. I don't crack product like that anymore. I used to during COVID.
There's no other ways to get it back except pretty much buying it again at market price or higher, as Pokemon always goes up. And the thought of having $100,000 in your pocket for inventory, now you've got yourself in a rent, you got yourself in electricity, you got yourself in.
You carry a big financial risk, yeah. And a lot of it's in inventory, which again, you have risk of theft, risk of fire, risk of flood.
Much more than you're actually thinking.
And security as well, too.
Yep. You're gonna put a lot more money than you think, and you need if you want to be successful, you want 10 to 20 times more money than what I just did for you to compete and do well. So for people who are trying to open up,
I would not say 50,000 is enough. 50,000 might be enough to get started on an online store, and I'd almost recommend an online store first to get in the method of the basics of it, and then branch out into a physical store. A physical store, you need to put more effort into so much more, right? And the appearance of the inventory. If I run out of Infinite Forbidden, fantastic. I'm done. No one cares if I don't have it. If the store runs out of Infinite Forbidden, then, like a real store, then the shelves look empty. It looks like the local players are not stocked on the hottest items, and that's rough.
a card store, I do suggest starting with the online. Once you do very well with online, then think about getting into
nice.
a store.
He's saying the same
do
thing.
not start that process with getting a store. I did that
You also scale up your capital, which you need to do.
mistakenly, and it set me back a while to catch up.
Really?
Yeah, it was a struggle. It was an uphill battle, you know what I mean?
What's been like the biggest struggle for you as a card store?
Biggest struggle for me is scaling is our biggest problem. To get to a certain number where you could hold on to enough cases for 3 months, it might be like 50 to 100 cases. And if you're a brand new shop, you're starting with 2 cases and you're supposed to have that 2 case last you 3 months till the next drop, you're gonna be struggling and hard.
How does allocations exactly work for local card stores?
When you're a new store, the maximum they'll give you is 1 or 2 cases. After that, the next set, they'll give you 3 or 4 cases. Or the next set after that,
It's different for every card game. It's also different on the distributors. So this is kind of weird, but yeah.
they'll give you 4 or 5. But if it's a good set, everyone is cut back down to 4 cases. So at opening a card store, the biggest struggle is to even get products for your store. So you end up buying from the secondary market. People who go to Target, people go Walmart, they'll come and they'll resell it back to us. And then we have to try to make a little bit of money, so we have to slap a little tax on top of that.
Card stores are essentially at the mercy of the distributors?
That is for sure. And I love my
So much pain, so many hours spent bitching about distributors. Me and my other business owners or card shop owners, it's Fuck the distros. So much pain. So much pain. Because they control so much. And because it's not, you can't just become a distributor because of regulations. You have to have a licensed economy. It becomes almost monopolistic where they have so much control over pricing and such, especially if they start corroborating or collaborating with each other.
Distributors, they treat me very well, but also having a distribution, they ask you nicely to buy sets that don't sell. And in order for you to get the set that, you know, you want.
Yeah, and that sucks. So I said no. And this is where bargaining power is important, right? Like, because I order so much Yu-Gi-Oh, I tell them, if you want my business at all, you take it where you can get it. And I never ordered zero of a product, but there are going to be sets where if there's shit, I'm ordering less of it.
It also dictates that you buy these sets that doesn't sell. So let's say set A is doing well. I buy 10 cases, but set B is not doing well. They say if you keep your allocation at 10 cases, then next time we'll move up your allocation. But if you drop this allocation down to 1-2 cases, your next allocation will drop down to maybe 3-4.
Oh man, that doesn't sound as nice as I'd like, right?
Yeah, it's not nice, but I mean, they're running a business too.
How many hours a day? How many hours a week? You know, and especially since
Suda be like, dude, you'd say that, yet I pre-sold so much Suda that I really didn't want to order that much Suda, but I pre-sold so much that my order was still pretty big.
since the beginning, have you been devoting to this store, to this baby of yours? And has it affected, you know, family life at all?
When we first opened the store, we were open from 10 to 8, and that's about 10 hours a day, just being open. We always come in about half an hour earlier to an hour earlier to clean, prep the store for opening. And then afterwards, if we're running tournaments, 8 o'clock can actually go to midnight, 1 in the morning. So there's days we can spend from 12 to 16 hours.
So you're potentially working a 16-hour day.
Yes, and then afterwards, we only close 1 day a week. So I mean, if you do that math, you're running 90 to 100 hours a week.
90 to 100 hours a week.
Yes. Does it affect?
You get some pretty crazy weeks in, but obviously part of owning a real card store that I don't want to do is you have less flexibility in your schedule than working from home like I do with the online card store. If I need to take the day off, I can. But obviously it's still a lot of work. I don't want to undermine. There are many weeks where I've had 100-hour work weeks.
Family life? Yes, it definitely does. You know, when you have your wife and your kids.
I have no social life. I have my family, which I think I still spend enough time with. I do make sure to put them first. But then I have Yu-Gi-Oh! And then my local friends. I see them like once a month, I think. Like twice a month maybe. I wish I saw them more, my local friends, but I really don't have much social life in that way. And it's not because I don't have friends either. I just don't get to see them that much. Thankfully though, Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty social. So when I'm doing Yu-Gi-Oh stuff and it is work, I at least get to still engage with people. So it's not that bad. And then obviously I have like the more Yu-Gi-Oh friends, like the people who I see when I travel, who I'm many times close with. Do I see my teammates? What, Ray and Ryan? Ryan, almost never. And Ryan even less. Well, Ray lives in a different city though. But no, so I work like 6-7 days a week. I try to leave myself free for Saturday nights as the only time I go out to see friends. However, I'm oftentimes out of town because I am at an event, which, yes, I do sometimes take a day or two to be on vacation at those events. But even then, at those events, yeah, it can be fun and I'm competing, but it's still work at the end of the day because it's part of the whole business model I have. Right, too busy gooning. It was 4 hours away. It's not exactly close. If anything, less excuse to see Ryan, but I don't go to locals that much. Neither does Ryan, so it's kind of hard. When I see my local friends, we don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! We play other stuff. Although Ryan would probably be free to come. He just has his own other local friends and whatever. I remember there's also an age difference between Ryan and I. Who ships the orders when you're away and competing? Turn the store off. Otherwise, an employee. I don't have an employee full-time anymore, though. So now I just turn the store off.
and you're dedicated to the store for survivability, of course. But luckily my house is not too far from my store, so my wife and kids were coming to the store with me. So it was much easier.
Oh, that's great. What do you sacrifice when running a card store?
I might
Your sanity.
make this sound grim. I love my job. I love the card store, but I think this goes for every business anyone opens up. You're going to sacrifice a lot of your time and a lot of your money. Businesses are not guaranteed money.
Yeah,
you have to know how to save money.
Plenty of point. This is businesses in general. Anything you're trying to build from the ground up, it takes a lot of love, care, and effort. And even with content creation, that I'm feeling that here, and I'm fucked on time because remember, I'm not just running the card store. I'm also like, yes, I've scaled that down, and I'm trying to stop doing it less and less. I'm still running content creation as well, and it's just all a lot. It's a lot. So yeah, when you're trying to build something up and be self-sufficient without having those bosses and such, just be prepared for a fucking ton of responsibility.
You know what I mean? You have to be prepared for.
I don't know. Oh, I also don't know if he mentions this or will mention it. Accounting for card stores is a fucking nightmare because tracking inventory coming in and out is just so hard.
Or a storm. You have to be good with your social skills. You can't get mad at people. You have to love people, like I said.
So relationships are very important.
Yes.
Whether it comes to the people in the community that visit your shop, to reaching out across the world for getting product, for establishing new relationships.
Yes.
I also couldn't help but notice how much security Cloud had for their store.
So tell me why a card store needs Fort Knox type of security like this.
Yeah, so it is one of the prime targets for robbery. On the first year we opened, we got broken into. Ever since then, I realized that we need all the security we could get. So this store is pretty much like a jewelry store. So it's protected like one. We have
it
all
is like a
sorts of
jewelry
security
store
from back to front, to the point where we actually have to secure the suite right next to us too.
Yeah.
They'll come in from that side too. They do it with speed, so they target the highest dollar section, usually cases. They'll break every case and then they'll grab everything in it. They'll try to do it within 10 minutes and they're gone. They were grabbing cases of stuff.
Oh my gosh. So we're talking like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of product gone?
Yeah, overnight once, but people try to do grab and runs, which is a lot.
What's a grab and run?
So they'll come in and like, oh, let me see this expensive card. Usually we're pretty quick on that. We get a sense of it. We use a mag lock. So if you come in and you holding a bunch of my cards, what I do is I press a button, the mag lock locks.
So like the front door automatically locks?
All my doors locked. Well, they run. They're not going to slip out because, when they're holding a couple $1,000s in their hand for watching, it's more of them, oh, I'll take this to register, not.
Oh,
So
wow.
they run, the mag lock hits and it just like, just put it down, you can leave.
Wow. What sort of measures have you had to take since you have been robbed?
We've fortified our walls. We had to put a security system to the suite next to us. So we've actually created alarm systems for our neighbors too. We've installed cameras. We've installed these shutters, mag locks, like I said.
But it's not all gloom and doom. This man also loves collecting cards, and he created a place for others who love the hobby as well.
Any just one particular moment that really just clings to you?
The biggest thing is that I like to teach people, and there's a lot of young ones that come in here and they want to learn more about Pokemon. I love, that's the biggest thing that I actually enjoy, teaching the young.
Did you say you were scaling on content creation? No, I'm scaling down the sorry, I don't know if I said that. I scaling down the card sales. The loss prevention meta sounds pretty intense. Welcome to the real world. Unfortunately, that's life. It's not just this either, but yeah. Very inventory based industry does mean you have a lot more risk of physical issues, physical theft, physical damage. Yeah. Bro, imagine living in like Florida and saying hurricane, or LA and seeing fire, or tsunami, or earthquake. God damn it. That's why I love Toronto. I got none of that shit. A blizzard at the very worst.
Younger generations, the games that we like, kind of passing it on and our passion for the game. A lot of parents come in here with their children and they're like, hey, we don't know what we're doing. It's like, we got you. Come over here. We got, we'll show you the best things to get.
And of course, I couldn't leave without opening some Pokemon cards.
What we got?
We got tons of options.
I have been eyeing the 151, so I will say, if you have 151 for us to open, I still haven't pulled the Charizard.
Yep, let's do it. We'll keep opening till we get it.
All right, let's do it. Well,
keep opening till we get it.
Pack battle and see
That's-
who can get the best pulls today.
Let's do it.
As someone who's done that for both TCG cards and for Royal Rares, may I say that never do that. Never do that. Never do that. I'm going till I pull it. Not a good idea. Darren is being mean to you. Can you sell me a super node Rizel? Sure. Okay. Remind me before Orlando, I guess. Does it ever come? Yes, eventually it will. And then you look at your bank account, your credit card statement, and you go, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
4 Evolving Skies too.
Oh, look at that. A little high roller over here. All right. Should we get into the first pack? I think I got something. Yep. I do. A Tangela. All right, so there's 1 hit for myself. Your pack? What you got? Ooh, you got the energy though.
Fire energy.
All right, so you got the fire energy. All right, next up. Looking for
they're doing pack
the
battles?
Charizard.
All right.
I got a Mew.
I got another holo.
Ooh, I got 2 hits so far. It's not looking good. Watch you open up the Evolving Skies and get like the Umbreon or something. That would be just insane. Oh, wait, but I did get an energy. Energy.
30
I got an
cents.
energy now.
Okay,
What do you got? You finally actually gonna get something? You are Mr. Mime and another Mr.
I got a double Mr. Mime.
You got a double Mr. Mime, so let's just go with that. So far, I think I'm definitely still in the lead. My pack time.
The Pokemon packs are so much better.
Hey, this is your chance.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
And you get...
Nah, I'm a champ.
Hey, Psychic Energy, that's my favorite. You're getting all the energies over here. Let's see what I can do in this one. And another chance.
Got me sweating here.
Oh,
I see something.
What do we got? What do we got?
Let's go.
Oh my gosh, that's the full art.
Yep, full art.
That may take it right there. My goodness. So I'm gonna use the Rare Candy app right now just to scan how much the Zapdos is worth. $13. I think that's probably winning right now.
Zapdos.
I'm gonna need...
What do you think how much the packs are? You just lose
Psychic energy,
infinite.
but you already
Opening
have a
Pokemon
Psychic
packs is so
energy.
neg.
Nope, the Vaporeon.
I think you win. We do need to open these Evolving Skies though. Rayquaza, any alt art, nothing like this pack.
I see something.
Oh, there is. Wow, a Glaceon. No. My gosh. You're gonna win this one, Nathan?
I hope you win this one and pull the Umbreon.
How much
would
are
be
packs?
Magical.
It
That would
depends, but they can be quite a
absolutely
lot.
magical. Let's see, I'm gonna need... I get a Dialga. All right, just lay it on me. There's something. It's dark. It's dark. No way. I mean, he does have home store advantage. Come on. All right, scan both. What have been some of your favorite moments running a card shop?
A lot of my customers are now some of my closest friends. They come to the store, they hang out with us. We actually now go eat together. We play games
this aspect is
together.
cool.
They come
You
the
get to be
store,
social
they
while
see us busy,
working.
They'll hop in, they'll
Which
help
is why,
in the store.
despite me barely having a social life, I wouldn't say I'm not social, because I talk to people constantly. I'm not even talking to you guys on Twitch because this is fake social. Sorry, but I definitely still talk to people all the time. Pokemon's also the most scalped TCG. Yeah, and part of that's because of allocation. Fake social because everyone here is a bot. Exactly.
Store, you will find a lot
Parasocial,
of
that's the word.
out there.
Guys, it's a cool video. I don't really have any ending thoughts. I was very in detail with my opinions on discussion. I think the grim reality card store is more so the grim reality of being an entrepreneur or a business owner, trying to grow something from the ground up. It's a lot of work, and each will have slightly different challenges and risks and whatever. Like Yu-Gi-Oh being more inventory, or card stores being more inventory based, means more difficulty managing inventory and deflecting risk from being damaged and stolen. But for the most part, it's still just the hardships of business ownership. So I think it was still cool. Nice discussion from us. I have been streaming for 5 hours. This is longer than a normal stream by far. I hope this is worth it for you guys, and you guys enjoyed being here. All the React content and the Mashal and the new cards that we saw. We got 3 cool reactions, which hopefully will go up in the highlight channel at some point. I want to get the highlight channel up and running a lot more effectively. It's been a bit of a battle getting that to a good spot, but I do want to have that be, what's the word? Fruitful. Otherwise, though, I'll be back tomorrow. We got a case opening of Supreme Darkness, as well as Deckless Nightmares is tomorrow. If you want to submit your decks, it will not make it in tomorrow's video. I'm sorry, because we have so much of a backlog. But still, submit your deck list at !Deckless Nightmares. I'll see you guys all in less than 24 hours. Have a great one. Oh, before you guys leave, if you want to support the stream, please consider using your subs. Prime subs are free. We did get a couple more subs during the stream, but we're at about probably 9 or so over 5 hours. That's not great. Surely we can do a little better. And that is the best way to commit me to doing longer streams. I am messing around with doing longer streams like this 5-hour one to be more like Farfa and Josh, where they do 5-hour streams or longer. but it needs to be worth my time as well instead of committing it to the card sort of stuff, right? Because as I said, I want to scale that down, put more time into content creation. Just obviously I have to make sure I'm earning through it. So while that is the cold hard truth, like this is being a business, I also need to make sure I'm making money here. Otherwise I limit how much I can do. So thank you J3YXZ for the sub. I appreciate it very much. You notice the pool table behind me? I've never used it. It's a long story. I do not play pool. But yep, I'm gonna send you guys out with, what do I send you guys out with? Classical music. Have a good one, guys. Peace.